Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. On a bright, humid morning in October of the year 1540, somewhere in the piney hill country of what is now central Alabama, a Spanish nobleman named Hernando de Soto rode at the head of some 600 armoured men, several hundred horses, a train of hogs driven along for food, and a company of chained porters and interpreters taken by force from a dozen different nations along the way into a fortified town called Mobile that had been built, its walls freshly plastered and its houses freshly swept, by a people whose ancestors had been raising earthen mounds, building planned cities, and running a trade network that stretched from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico for the better part of 7 centuries before a single Spaniard had ever set foot on this continent. De Soto had come to Mobile as the guest, in theory, of a paramount chief named Tuscaloosa, a man so tall and so physically commanding that the Spaniards themselves, men who had already seen a great deal of the New World by this point in their own long and brutal campaign of exploration, wrote home describing him as though he were a giant out of an old story, and the chief had greeted the strange armoured foreigners with the elaborate, carefully choreographed diplomatic ceremony that his own people and the dozens of related chiefdoms scattered across the entire southeastern quarter of North America had been perfecting for centuries. Processions of musicians and dancers, a review of massed warriors in formation, a temple mound crowned with a ceremonial house from which the chief himself watched the whole spectacle unfold below him, like a king surveying his own court. By the end of that single October day, the town of Mobile would be burning to the ground. Somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 of Tuscaloosa's own warriors and townspeople would be dead, cut down by steel swords and pikes and the terrifying, unfamiliar violence of cavalry charges, and a smaller but still devastating number of Spaniards would be dead or wounded as well, in a single afternoon of slaughter that ancient chroniclers on both sides of the Atlantic would later reckon among the bloodiest single days of combat that had yet occurred anywhere on the North American continent. What almost none of the men on either side of that terrible field fully understood, not the Spaniards congratulating themselves on a hard-won victory, and not the scattered survivors fleeing into the pine forests around them, was that they were standing in the middle of the final, still flourishing generation of one of the genuinely great lost civilizations of the ancient world, a sprawling, sophisticated and already slowly declining network of mound-building cities and chiefdoms that modern archaeologists would eventually come to call, for lack of any surviving name of its own people's choosing, the Mississippian civilization, and that within scarcely more than 150 years of that burning town in Alabama, disease, war, and a slow unravelling that had in truth begun long before any Spaniard ever arrived, would leave almost nothing of that entire world standing at all. It is a strange and, in its own way, genuinely haunting fact about the story. This whole long night is going to walk you through together that the greatest civilization ever built north of Mexico, on the entire North American continent, a civilization that raised a city at its own height, larger than London was at the very same moment in history. A civilization that built earthen mounds so vast and so precisely engineered that modern archaeologists still argue over exactly how a society with no wheeled carts, no draft animals, and no metal tools managed to move the sheer tonnage of earth involved, very nearly vanished from human memory altogether. Its cities abandoned, its writing system, if it ever possessed one, lost entirely, and its true scale rediscovered only in fragments, by 19th and 20th century archaeologists digging beneath cornfields and highway easements in the American Midwest and the American South, piecing together, mound by mound and grave by grave, the outline of a lost world that the descendants of the very people who built it had themselves, by the time European scholars finally began asking the right questions, largely forgotten the full details of. This is not tonight a story with a single dramatic villain. And it is not, in the end, a story with a single dramatic cause, because the Mississippian world did not fall in one battle, or one plague, or one conquest the way so many of history's other great civilizations did, but rather unravelled slowly, across nearly 3 centuries, through climate change its own people could not have understood in modern scientific terms, through soil exhausted by generations of intensive farming, through internal conflict that left some of its greatest cities ringed by defensive log walls rebuilt again and again, and finally, in its last and most devastating chapter, through diseases carried by Spanish explorers who in most cases never even realised the scale of the human catastrophe, unfolding invisibly in their own wake. It is a story about a genuinely staggering human achievement, an urban, agricultural and religious civilization that modern estimates suggest may, at its broadest extent, have included more than 1 million people scattered across dozens of major centres and hundreds of smaller towns throughout the eastern half of North America. And it is, in equal and inseparable measure, a story about how completely and how quietly an entire civilized world can be erased, not by any single dramatic act of destruction, but by the accumulated weight of 1,000 smaller failures and a handful of genuinely catastrophic ones, until almost nothing is left standing but Earth itself, patiently reclaiming the shape of the cities its own people once raised out of it. Before we drift any further into the rest of tonight's story together, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely find yourself enjoying what we do here, because that is the only reason I would ever actually want you to. We're still a small channel, sitting right around 1,000 subscribers as of tonight, and working our way, slowly and patiently, toward our next real milestone of 10,000. So if this particular kind of unhurried, honest, lights-off history is the sort of thing that helps carry you towards sleep, please do consider helping this small channel along on its own way toward that number. If you're watching this on YouTube tonight, you should know that new episodes like this one go up early over on Spotify for creators, so the link waiting for you down in the description will let you hear the next story before almost anyone else does, and if it happens to be the case that you found your way here from Spotify instead, we would love it if you searched Historian at Midnight on YouTube, where you will find the rest of this same small growing library of long, slow stories. And if you feel like it, tell us in the comments below where in the world you happen to be listening from tonight, and what time it is where you are, because there is something quietly comforting, at least to me, in knowing that somewhere out there, in a time zone I will probably never visit myself, a stranger is lying in the dark listening to the exact same slow unspooling of history that I'm telling you right now. Hold one image in mind before we begin, because this whole long story is going to keep returning to it. Picture the Mississippi River itself, in flood, spreading out across its own floodplain each spring, laying down a fresh layer of rich dark silt across the fields that will feed the coming year, and then, just as reliably, receding again, drawing back within its own banks, leaving behind a landscape that looks, to an untrained eye, almost as though nothing had happened at all, except that the land itself is now measurably richer than it was before the water arrived. That same rhythm, a great rising, a period of abundance and overflow, and then a long, patient withdrawal back into the surrounding earth, is going to describe almost everything this story is about to tell you. A city that rose out of a floodplain the way the river's own water rises each spring. A civilization that spread outward across half a continent, the way floodwater spreads across a plain, and a fall that was not, in the end, a single dramatic flood at all, but the same water simply, quietly, drawing back. So let the rest of the room fall away for a while, turn the light down low if you have not already, let your head settle fully into the pillow, and let your own thoughts, whatever they were chasing a few minutes ago, slow down to the pace of a story that unfolds across 700 patient years rather than 7 hurried hours. Tonight we are not going to any of the old familiar capitals of the European or Mediterranean world. Tonight we are going to a wide, fertile river valley in the middle of what is now the American Midwest, to a city its own builders raised out of nothing but earth and timber, and an extraordinary, patient collective will, a city that would, for a few centuries, stand as the largest and most sophisticated urban centre north of the Great Stone Pyramids of central Mexico, and we are going to follow the long, slow story of how that city and the wider civilization that grew up around it and eventually outlived it rose out of the Mississippi River Valley, spread its influence across half a continent, and finally, quietly, and almost without any single witness fully understanding what they were watching, came apart. A river valley learns to feed a city. To understand how the Mississippian world eventually came to raise cities and mounds on a scale nothing in North America had ever seen before, it helps to start not with any single dramatic event but with a plant, because nearly everything that follows in tonight's story grows, in the most literal sense, out of a single agricultural transformation that swept through the eastern woodlands of North America across several centuries in the first millennium after Christ. For thousands of years before this transformation, the peoples living across the river valleys and forested uplands of what is now the eastern and midwestern United States had built their own lives around a genuinely sophisticated, if smaller scale, mixture of hunting, fishing, and the cultivation of native plants, including a group of starchy and oily seed crops, sunflower, marsh elder, goosefoot, and several others, that modern archaeologists now group together under the label of the Eastern Agricultural Complex, a homegrown farming tradition that had already, by the centuries just before and after the birth of Christ, allowed some of these same river valley societies to build the first substantial earthen mounds in North American history, at sites like Poverty Point in Louisiana centuries earlier still, and later at the remarkable geometric earthworks the Hopewell culture raised across the Ohio River Valley, enormous circles and octagons of packed earth built to align with the risings and settings of the sun and the moon with an accuracy that still impresses modern astronomers. What changed everything, and what set the specific stage for the Mississippian world this whole night's story is actually about, was the gradual arrival and eventual, near-total adoption, across the centuries between roughly 700 and 1100 after Christ, of a new and considerably more productive strain of corn, maize that had originally been domesticated far to the south in Mexico many centuries earlier, bred and rebred over generations of careful selection, until a version finally emerged that could reliably mature within the shorter growing season of the North American river valleys. And once that corn arrived and took hold, it transformed the basic economic possibilities of every society it touched almost overnight, by the standards of historical time. Because a population that could reliably grow surplus grain, store it through the winter in raised granaries, and free a portion of its own labour force from the constant year-round work of hunting and gathering, was a population that could, for the first time in the region's long human history, support genuinely large, permanently settled towns, a specialised class of religious and political leaders who did not themselves need to farm, and eventually the kind of massive, coordinated public building projects that would come to define the Mississippian world at its own height. A network of gift-givers who came before. This new agricultural abundance did not arrive in a landscape empty of any prior tradition of large-scale cooperation, because for centuries before the Mississippian world as this story understands it ever took shape, the river valleys of the eastern woodlands had already produced at least two earlier waves of monumental, building and long-distance exchange that later Mississippian peoples inherited, adapted, and eventually surpassed. Centuries before the birth of Christ, on a bluff overlooking the Mississippi River in what is now northeastern Louisiana, the people of a site called Poverty Point raised a series of massive concentric earthen ridges and a large bird-shaped mound using nothing but basket-carried soil and coordinated communal labour, trading stone and other raw materials across distances of several hundred miles at a time when most of the rest of North America was still organised around considerably smaller and considerably more mobile hunting and gathering bands. Centuries later, still, across roughly the first 400 years after the birth of Christ, a cluster of related societies archaeologists grouped together as the Hopewell tradition centered in the Ohio River Valley, but connected by trade routes stretching from the Rocky Mountains to the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic seaboard alike, raised enormous geometric earthworks, precise circles, squares, and octagons of packed earth, some of them aligned with such careful accuracy to the extreme risings and settings of the moon across its own 18.5-year cycle, that modern archaeoastronomers only fully worked out the intended alignments in the final decades of the 20th century, and moved through a genuinely vast exchange network modern scholars call the Hopewell interaction sphere, obsidian from the Rocky Mountains, copper from the Great Lakes, and shark teeth and shell from the Gulf Coast, all the way into a shared network of ceremonial centres and elite burials. The Hopewell tradition's own network had, for reasons that remain almost as debated among archaeologists as Cahokia's own eventual decline, will prove to be later in tonight's story, largely faded by around the year 400 after Christ, leaving behind a gap of several centuries sometimes called, a little unfairly to the societies who actually lived through it, the woodland hiatus, before the specific combination of new, hardier maize varieties and renewed large-scale social organisation that this story has already begun describing finally produced, out of that same general cultural inheritance, the particular civilization tonight's story is actually about, a name this whole story has had to borrow because the real one is lost. It is a genuinely strange fact, worth sitting with directly, that literally every proper name this story has used so far, Cahokia itself, the Mississippian civilization as a broader label, Monks Mound, Woodhenge, Ramey incised pottery, the southeastern ceremonial complex, is a modern label, coined by 19th or 20th century antiquarians, missionaries, or professional archaeologists, and not a single one of them is a name the civilization's own people ever actually used to describe themselves, their own capital, or their own gods, because that self-chosen vocabulary, whatever it once was, simply did not survive the intervening centuries in any recoverable written or reliably remembered oral form. The word Mississippian itself derives at one remove from an Ojibwe language word for the Mississippi River, Mississippi, meaning roughly Great River, adopted into English by French colonists and eventually applied by 20th century archaeologists as a convenient scholarly label for an entire, sprawling 1,000-year cultural tradition that its own participants, scattered across dozens of distinct chiefdoms speaking a range of different and often mutually unintelligible languages, in all likelihood never conceived of as a single, unified civilization in anything like the way this story has been describing it to you tonight, any more than the scattered kingdoms of medieval Europe, speaking their own distinct languages and pledging loyalty to their own distinct crowns, thought of themselves first and foremost as members of a single coherent civilization, called medieval Christendom, rather than as Franks, or Saxons, or Lombards, each with their own name for themselves that mattered a great deal more in their own daily lives than any label a much later historian would eventually apply to the whole shared tradition from the outside. A house built from bent poles, woven cane, and packed river mud. Beneath the mounds and the plazas and the elaborate ceremonial artifacts this story has spent so long describing, the actual physical texture of ordinary Mississippian domestic life, the houses that the great majority of Cahokia's own tens of thousands of residents actually lived in day to day, followed a remarkably consistent architectural template, recovered from post holes and hearth remains across dozens of excavated sites throughout the wider Mississippian world. A typical house consisted of a rectangular framework of upright wooden posts set into individually dug holes, their own upper ends bent inward and lashed together to form a shallow rounded roof, the whole frame then woven through with flexible cane or sapling lathing, and finished with a thick coating of wattle and daub, a mixture of wet clay, grass, and other fibrous material packed onto the woven frame and left to dry into a genuinely effective weather-resistant wall, capable of holding in warmth from a central interior hearth through even a genuinely cold Midwestern winter. Individual houses were typically grouped in clusters of several structures arranged around a shared open courtyard. Evidence, most archaeologists believe, of an extended family or a closely related kin group sharing daily domestic space and daily domestic labour together, and the overall residential pattern that emerges from this evidence. Dense clusters of small, warm, communally organised houses spreading outward in every direction, from Cahokia's own central mounds and plaza, offers a genuinely useful corrective to any mental image of the city that focuses only on its own monumental architecture, while forgetting the considerably more modest, considerably more human-scaled buildings, where its own people actually spent the overwhelming majority of their own daily lives. A single floodplain and a single extraordinary flowering. It was in one particular stretch of River Valley, a broad, fertile floodplain on the eastern side of the Mississippi River across from where the modern city of St. Louis now stands, a region archaeologists today call the American Bottom, that this new agricultural abundance produced its single most spectacular result. The American Bottom offered an unusually generous combination of natural advantages, even by the standards of the wider Mississippi Valley: rich, easily worked floodplain soil renewed each year by the river's own seasonal flooding, an abundance of fish and waterfowl in the surrounding wetlands and backwater lakes, access to upland forests full of deer and other game within an easy day's walk, and, crucially, a position at the confluence of several major river systems, the Mississippi itself, the Missouri, and the Illinois, that made it a natural crossroads for trade and communication across an enormous stretch of the North American interior. Small farming villages had existed scattered across this same fertile bottomland for centuries before anything resembling a true city began to take shape there. Modest clusters of houses and storage pits and burial mounds that archaeologists today group under the label of the late woodland period, but sometime around the year 1050 after Christ, in a transformation so sudden and so dramatic that the archaeologist who first proposed the term for it, Timothy Paquettet, called it simply Cahokia's Big Bang. This same unremarkable stretch of river valley erupted into something the North American continent had never seen before and would never quite see again. A planned, centrally organised city built in what appears, by the compressed and still debated standards of archaeological dating, to have been an astonishingly short span of years, complete with massive earthen mounds, an enormous levelled central plaza, and a resident population that would, within a generation or two, swell to a size that put it in the same league as the great cities of medieval Europe and Mesoamerica alike. The city itself, and the mound its people raised to touch the sky. It bears stating plainly, before this story describes the city itself in any further detail, exactly how compressed and exactly how deliberate this founding transformation appears in the archaeological record to have actually been, because the evidence increasingly suggests something closer to a single, coordinated planning decision made by a specific group of people at a specific moment, rather than the kind of slow, gradual, centuries-long organic growth that produced most of the world's other great ancient cities. Excavations across multiple separate residential and ceremonial areas of the site have identified what appears to be a single, remarkably narrow construction horizon, structures torn down, land reshaped, and new, larger buildings and mounds raised in their place. Within a span of years, modern archaeologists can measure in single decades rather than centuries, evidence that has led Timothy Paquettet and a number of his own colleagues to argue that Cahokia's own founding represents something closer to a deliberate act of civic and religious refounding undertaken by a specific group of leaders pursuing a specific coordinated vision than to the kind of accumulated, unplanned growth that a modern reader might otherwise assume must lie behind any city of this eventual scale. The city that grew up on this spot, a settlement modern scholars now call Cahokia, a name borrowed, somewhat awkwardly, from a later and entirely unrelated Illini-speaking group that happened to be living in the area when French explorers arrived many centuries afterward since the actual name its own Mississippian builders used for it has been lost entirely to time, would eventually sprawl across roughly 6 square miles of the American bottom, encompassing, by the most widely cited modern estimates, somewhere between 120 and more than 200 distinct earthen mounds, though continued suburban development and centuries of ploughing have destroyed or obscured a good many of these before archaeologists ever had the chance to fully map them. At the very heart of this vast complex stood a single earthwork so enormous that it remains, to this day, the largest pre-Columbian earthen structure anywhere north of central Mexico, a mound modern visitors know as Monks Mound, named for a small community of Trappist monks who briefly farmed its upper terraces in the early 1800s, long after the mound's original builders and their descendants had scattered. Monks Mound covers, at its own base, a footprint of roughly 14 acres, larger than the base of the Great Pyramid of Giza, and rises across 4 distinct terraces to a height of around 100 feet, and modern archaeological estimates suggest that its builders moved something in the neighbourhood of 22 million cubic feet of earth to construct it, nearly all of it carried by hand in woven baskets on the backs and shoulders of labourers who possessed no wheeled carts, no draft animals capable of hauling heavy loads, and no metal tools of any kind to speed the digging, an achievement of raw, coordinated human labour that still leaves modern engineers genuinely impressed by the scale of organisation it must have required, generation after generation, to plan, supervise and physically execute. Atop the mound's highest terrace once stood a substantial timber structure, likely the residence or ceremonial house of Cahokia's own paramount ruler, a building large enough, based on the post holes archaeologists have excavated there, to have served as both a home and a genuine seat of political and religious authority, standing high enough above the surrounding city that its own occupant would have been able to look out in every direction across a metropolis of thousands upon thousands of his or her own subjects, a plaza built for crowds and a game that consumed a city. Directly south of Monks Mound, Cahokia's own planners levelled an enormous open square, a space modern archaeologists call the Grand Plaza, covering roughly 50 acres of ground that had originally been uneven, requiring its builders to fill low areas and shave down higher ones until they had produced a single, flat, unbroken surface large enough to hold public gatherings on a scale that dwarfed anything else built in pre-Columbian North America outside of the great cities of Mexico itself. It was here, most modern scholars believe, that Cahokia's own residents gathered for the religious ceremonies, the public feasts, and quite possibly the elaborate political theatre that any society organised around a hereditary or semi-hereditary ruling elite tends to require to keep its own subjects both awed and reasonably content. And it was very likely here too that Cahokia's people played the game that archaeological evidence suggests obsessed the wider Mississippian world in a manner not unlike the way a modern sport can grip an entire nation's attention, a contest called chunky, played by rolling a small, carefully shaped and polished stone disc across open ground while 2 competitors ran alongside it, each hurling a long wooden pole in an attempt to land it as close as possible to the spot where the rolling stone eventually came to rest. Chunky stones, worn smooth and lovingly maintained across what was sometimes multiple generations of use, have been recovered from Mississippian sites across an enormous stretch of the continent, and later European observers who encountered the game's descendants still being played by southeastern peoples in the 1700s recorded, with evident astonishment, the sheer intensity of gambling that surrounded it, warriors and chiefs alike wagering weapons, clothing, and, by some accounts, their own personal freedom on the outcome of a single rolling stone, a detail that suggests the game carried a cultural and even a spiritual weight for the Mississippian world that went considerably beyond simple recreation. A field marked out, and a game whose own rules still spark scholarly disagreement. It is worth returning briefly to the chunky field this story has already introduced, because archaeologists working across a number of Mississippian sites, Cahokia very much included, have identified specific, deliberately levelled and carefully maintained open spaces distinct from the wider ceremonial plaza, generally located immediately adjacent to it, that show a consistent enough pattern of use, worn and re-levelled repeatedly over what appears to have been many years of continuous play, to be confidently identified as purpose-built chunky grounds, rather than simply informal open space put to occasional recreational use. Exactly how the game's own scoring worked in its full Mississippian-era form remains. Like a great many other specific cultural practices this story has described tonight, only partially recoverable, reconstructed mainly from considerably later ethnographic descriptions recorded among southeastern nations still playing simplified versions of the same game in the 17 and 1800s, descriptions that themselves disagree in various specific details of scoring and rules, a reminder that even a genuinely well-documented, genuinely widely practiced cultural institution like Chunky can still leave modern researchers working with real, honestly acknowledged uncertainty about exactly how it was played in its own original Mississippian context, centuries before any outside observer ever wrote a word about it. A calendar built from cedar posts. Just to the west of Monks Mound, archaeologists excavating at Cahokia across the middle decades of the 20th century uncovered a series of large circular arrangements of post holes, evidence of massive cedar log structures that modern researchers, borrowing a term from the ancient stone circle at Stonehenge in England, have taken to calling Woodhenge. These were not, so far as anyone can tell, defensive structures or buildings in any ordinary sense, but rather carefully calibrated astronomical instruments, circles of evenly spaced upright posts, the largest reconstructed version consisting of 48 posts arranged around a central observation point, positioned with enough precision that an observer standing at the circle's own centre could track, across the changing seasons, exactly where the sun rose relative to specific marker posts on the circle's eastern edge, pinpointing the solstices, the equinoxes, and other significant points across the agricultural and ceremonial calendar with an accuracy that speaks to a genuinely sophisticated tradition of naked eye astronomy, developed and refined, in all likelihood, across many generations of careful observation passed down from one generation of religious specialists to the next. The Cahokia's own leaders built at least 4, and possibly more, successive versions of Woodhenge across the city's active centuries, each one apparently replacing an earlier version as the ceremonial centre of the city shifted slightly over time, suggests that this kind of careful, communal tracking of the solar year was not a passing curiosity, but a sustained and evidently important civic and religious institution, one that likely governed the timing of planting, harvest, and the great seasonal ceremonies that would have drawn Cahokia's own scattered rural population into the city at specific, astronomically determined moments throughout the year, the sound and smell of a city that no longer exists. It is worth trying, honestly, to reconstruct something of what Cahokia would actually have felt like to stand inside, at the height of its own crowded, thriving decades, because it is far too easy, looking today at quiet, grass-covered mounds inside a peaceful state historic site, to forget that this was once a genuinely loud, genuinely crowded, genuinely alive human city. Smoke from thousands of individual household hearths, each one burning wood carried in from the surrounding uplands, would have hung low over the city on still mornings, mixing with the smell of corn roasting and stewing in clay vessels, of tanning hides, of the specific sharp smell of fresh-worked shell dust rising from the workshops where craftsmen sat cutting and drilling marine shell into beads by the tens of thousands. The Grand Plaza itself, on the days of a major ceremony or a heavily wagered chunky match, would have filled with the sound of drums, of rattles made from gourds and turtle shells, of massed human voices raised in song, and of the specific distinctive clack of chunky stones and hurled poles striking the packed earth, while smaller, quieter sounds, the rhythmic thud of wooden pestles grinding corn into meal, the calls of children playing among the house clusters, the low murmur of traders from 100 miles away haggling in an unfamiliar dialect over a load of copper or mica, would have filled the residential neighbourhoods spreading out from the central plaza in every direction. Dogs, the only domesticated animal Cahokia's own people kept, would have moved freely through the city's own streets and courtyards, and the Mississippi River itself, along with the smaller streams and backwater lakes threading through the American bottom, would have carried a constant traffic of dugout canoes, some loaded with fish and waterfowl brought in from the surrounding wetlands, others carrying goods and travellers along trade routes that, as this story has already described, ultimately reached out across half a continent. None of this ordinary lived texture of Cahokia's own daily life survives in any written account, because none was ever written, but the archaeological evidence of hearths, refuse pits, tool workshops and food remains, allows modern researchers to reconstruct at least this much with real confidence, that Cahokia was, before it was ever a mystery for later centuries to puzzle over, simply a home for tens of thousands of people who woke each morning, fed their own families, worked at their own trades, and went to sleep each night beneath the same wide Midwestern sky that still stretches over the same river valley today. An economy that ran on maize, but did not run on maize alone. Corn, as this story has already made clear, was the single crop that made Cahokia's own scale of urban life possible in the first place. But the archaeological evidence recovered from the city's own storage pits and refuse middens makes clear that Cahokia's own diet, and the wider Mississippian diet generally, remained considerably more varied than a simple picture of corn monoculture might suggest. Beans and squash, grown alongside corn in the same fields in a companion planting arrangement, later European observers of southeastern agriculture would come to call, with obvious borrowing from the wider indigenous agricultural tradition of the Americas, the Three Sisters, provided both nutritional balance since bean supplied protein and amino acids that corn alone lacked, and genuine agricultural benefit since bean plants fix nitrogen in the soil that heavy corn cultivation otherwise steadily depletes, a relationship Cahokia's own farmers appear to have understood and relied upon centuries before. European agricultural science arrived at the same underlying chemistry through entirely different means. Deer remained an important source of protein and of hide and bone raw material throughout the Mississippian world, hunted in the upland forests surrounding the river valleys, and processed, based on the butchery patterns visible on recovered bone, with a level of practiced efficiency that speaks to genuinely specialised hunting knowledge passed down across generations. Fish, waterfowl, turtles and freshwater mussels harvested from the American bottom's own extensive network of lakes, sloughs and backwater channels supplemented this diet further still, and nuts, particularly hickory nuts and acorns gathered in genuinely enormous quantities each autumn and processed into a nutritious storable oil, rounded out a diet that, taken as a whole, appears to have supported a population that was, by the evidence of recovered skeletal remains, generally reasonably well nourished during the city's own peak decades, even as that same skeletal evidence also shows clear signs of the kind of chronic, workload-related stress and periodic seasonal nutritional shortfall that tends to accompany any large, densely settled agricultural population living close to the practical limits of what its own surrounding land can reliably produce. A city larger, for a time, than London itself. It is genuinely difficult from the vantage point of the modern world to convey just how large and how startlingly urban Cahokia actually was at the peak of its own influence, sometime in the century or so following its sudden 11th century emergence, because nothing else built anywhere in North America north of central Mexico, before or after it, ever came close to matching its scale. Modern population estimates for Cahokia itself vary considerably depending on which archaeologist is doing the counting and which methodology they apply to the available evidence, but a widely cited range places the city's own resident population at its peak around the year 1100, somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 people within the urban core alone, with some estimates for the broader metropolitan area, including the dense cluster of satellite towns and farming villages that surrounded the central city and depended on it politically and economically, running considerably higher still, into the range of 30 or even 40,000 people scattered across the wider American bottom region. To place that figure in its own proper historical context, a city of even the more conservative estimate would have made Cahokia larger at that specific moment in history than London itself, whose own population around the year 1100 is generally estimated at somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people, and considerably larger than Paris was at the very same moment, a genuinely startling fact that tends to upend the assumptions a great many people, raised on a historical narrative that treats pre-Columbian North America as sparsely populated wilderness, bring to this story without ever quite realizing they are carrying them. Cahokia was not, in other words, a large ceremonial centre surrounded by scattered farms in the way a smaller Mississippian mound site might have been, but a genuine city, in every meaningful sense the word carries, with distinct residential neighbourhoods, evidence of craft specialisation in specific quarters devoted to the production of shell beads, stone tools and other goods, a clear and visible hierarchy of housing quality that marked out its own elite from its own commoners, and a level of centralised planning, visible in the deliberate orientation of its major mounds and plazas along a shared axis slightly off true north, that speaks to a single, sustained governing authority capable of organising labour and resources on a genuinely metropolitan scale, a council house, and the evidence that even a chief did not rule entirely alone. It bears remembering too, before this story describes the specific pyramid of tribute and deference binding paramount chiefdoms together, that the archaeological and later ethnographic evidence alike suggests Mississippian chiefly authority, however genuinely absolute it could appear in the elaborate public ceremony this story has already described at Coosa and elsewhere, was rarely if ever exercised by a single ruler acting entirely without any check or counsel at all. Later, ethnographic accounts of southeastern political life describe substantial council houses, round or octagonal structures built to hold dozens of seated participants at once, where a chief convened senior warriors, senior religious specialists, and the heads of a community's own leading clans to deliberate major decisions. War, peace, the timing of major ceremonies, before any final course of action was formally announced to the wider community, a genuinely important qualification to keep in mind against any temptation to picture Mississippian political life as a simple, unchecked autocracy, when the fuller evidence instead suggests something closer to a chief who ruled with very real and very substantial personal authority, but within a persistent, structurally embedded tradition of formal consultation that a great many considerably later and considerably more self-consciously democratic societies would recognise in its own basic shape as a genuinely familiar form of collective governance. A pyramid of chiefs, each one owing tribute to the man standing on the step above him. Before this story describes exactly how Cahokia and its own sister cities organised their own internal social hierarchy, it is worth explaining the specific political structure that modern anthropologists believe bound entire clusters of Mississippian towns together into the larger, more powerful political units. The surviving evidence, both archaeological and later, the direct eyewitness testimony of De Soto's own chroniclers, describes a structure anthropologists call a paramount chiefdom, in which a single dominant town and its own ruling chief exercise real, if often genuinely fragile and genuinely contested, authority over a whole cluster of smaller, formally subordinate towns, each one still governed day to day by its own local chief, but each one also obligated in varying degrees depending on the specific relationship, to send tribute in the form of surplus corn, deer hides, or finished craft goods to the paramount centre, to provide warriors when the paramount chief called for them, and to defer, at least publicly, to the paramount chief's own authority in matters of regional diplomacy and regional religious observance. This layered structure, a pyramid of chiefs, each one owing some measure of tribute and deference to the man, or, in at least the one thoroughly documented instance of Kofitacheki, the woman standing on the paramount step above him, explains both how a single centre like Cahokia or later Coosa could project genuine influence and genuine coordinated military and religious authority across a considerably wider territory than any single town's own population could support on its own, and why that same influence so often proved genuinely fragile and genuinely prone to fracturing whenever a paramount chief died without an unambiguous successor, or whenever a subordinate town's own local chief judged, correctly or not, that the tribute and deference being demanded of him had grown too costly relative to whatever protection and prestige the paramount relationship still offered in return. A structural tension that helps explain both the sheer scale several Mississippian paramount chiefdoms briefly achieved and the genuine speed with which several of them, Coosa very much included in its own eventual decline, could unravel once the underlying balance of tribute, protection and prestige finally tipped the wrong way. The chiefs who ruled without writing their own names down. Before this story goes any further into the details of how Cahokia's own society was actually organised, it deserves to be said plainly that one of the genuinely frustrating limitations shaping absolutely everything historians and archaeologists can say about the Mississippian world with real confidence is that its people, so far as any surviving evidence indicates, left behind no written language of their own, no king lists, no royal inscriptions, no personal names carved into stone, the way so many of the other great civilizations of the ancient world left behind for later readers to recover and translate. Everything modern scholars know or believe they know about how Cahokia and the wider Mississippian world organised their own political and religious authority has to be reconstructed instead from the physical evidence archaeology can recover, the layout of mounds and plazas, the contents and arrangement of burials, the distribution of high-status goods, and considerably later, and considerably more indirectly, from the written accounts left behind by the first European explorers who encountered the still living, if by then already declining tail end of this same Mississippian world in the 1500s. What that combined evidence does suggest, with reasonable if never absolute confidence, is that Mississippian societies across the region were organised as what anthropologists call chiefdoms, a form of political organisation positioned somewhere between the smaller, more egalitarian tribal societies that preceded them and the fully bureaucratic states of ancient Mesopotamia or Egypt, societies ruled by hereditary or semi-hereditary chiefs, whose own authority rested on a combination of control over surplus food storage, control over long-distance trade in prestige goods, and a claimed, and evidently widely accepted connection to sacred and cosmological authority, very possibly including a genuine or claimed descent from the sun itself, a specific belief this story will return to in considerably more concrete detail once it reaches the Natchez people. Many centuries later, the one Mississippian society whose own social and religious structure survived intact long enough to actually be described, in real detail, by literate European observers, the dead who tell us what the living would not write down. Nowhere does the physical evidence of Cahokia's own social hierarchy and of the genuinely dark undercurrent that appears to have run beneath its own religious life emerge more starkly than in a single mound excavated across the 1960s and 1970s by the archaeologist Melvin Fowler and his own research team, a smaller ridgetop mound south of the Grand Plaza that modern archaeologists simply call Mound 72. What Fowler's excavation revealed there, layer by careful layer, was a burial complex unlike anything else yet found at any other Mississippian site, containing the remains of more than 250 individuals interred across multiple distinct episodes over what appears to have been a period of several decades. At the centre of the mound's earliest and most elaborate burial lay the remains of a man, likely of very high status, laid out on a platform constructed from more than 20,000 carefully drilled marine shell beads arranged in the unmistakable outline of a falcon or a bird of prey with its wings outstretched, a design that has led archaeologists to nickname the burial the Birdman, and to connect it directly to the falcon warrior imagery that recurs, as this story will describe shortly, across the wider religious iconography of the Mississippian world. Buried alongside this central figure, however, were the remains of a considerably less privileged group, a mass grave of more than 50 young women, most of them between the ages of 15 and 25, arranged in careful rows, showing no signs of violent trauma on their own skeletal remains, and therefore likely killed by means, strangulation, or poisoning among the leading theories that leave no mark on bone. A pattern that the great majority of archaeologists who have studied the site now interpret as evidence of retainer sacrifice. The ritual killing of subordinate individuals to accompany a high-status person into the afterlife, a practice documented at royal burials in a great many ancient civilizations across the world, but rarely, before Fowler's excavation, suspected to have existed in pre-Columbian North America on anything approaching this scale. Elsewhere within the same mound, excavators found evidence of considerably more violent death still, a group of men and women whose own remains showed clear signs of having been killed by blows to the head and thrown, apparently while still alive in at least some cases, into a shared pit. A discovery that forces an honest accounting of Cahokia's own religious and political life to include not just the astonishing engineering of Monks Mound, or the elegant astronomy of Woodhenge, but a ruling elite evidently willing, at least during some period of the city's own history, to order the deaths of dozens of its own people as part of its own funerary and religious practice. A burial reopened by modern scientists, and a story more complicated than its own first excavators realised. It should be said plainly that even the Birdman burial itself, the single most famous individual grave in the entire Mississippian world, and the centrepiece of Melvin Fowler's own original excavation, has become the subject of genuine scientific revision in the decades since it was first uncovered, as more recent researchers, applying analytical techniques Fowler's own generation simply did not have access to, have re-examined the original excavation records and concluded that what was long described simply as a single elite male burial atop the shell-bead falcon platform may, in fact, represent two individuals interred in close association rather than one, a finding that has led at least some modern archaeologists to reconsider whether the original, tidy narrative of a single all-powerful paramount chief laid to rest, amid a retinue of sacrifice retainers, fully captures the actual, more layered ritual complexity of what was buried in Mound 72 across what now appears to have been multiple distinct episodes of construction and interment, rather than one single funeral event. This kind of honest scientific revision, a foundational archaeological interpretation cited in textbooks and popular accounts alike for decades, quietly updated once better evidence and better analytical tools become available, is worth naming directly rather than smoothing over, both because it is simply true to how careful archaeological science actually works, correcting itself in exactly this kind of incremental way as new evidence arrives, and because it offers a useful, concrete reminder that even the most confidently repeated details of this whole long night story remain. At bottom, our own generation's best current reading of evidence that will very likely continue to be refined and in places genuinely revised by whichever researchers take up this same work next. A single woman reconstructed from a single set of bones, and everything her own skeleton could still tell us. It is worth pausing on one specific and genuinely moving example of exactly what modern bioarchaeological analysis can recover from a single set of skeletal remains, because the abstract statistics this story has already offered you about Mound 72's own mass burials can obscure just how much individual, deeply human detail survives, if a researcher knows how to read it, in a single human skeleton. Among the young women interred in Mound 72's own retainer burials, modern isotopic and skeletal analysis has allowed researchers to reconstruct details including approximate age at death, general health across childhood and early adulthood, and even, through the specific chemical signature preserved in tooth enamel, formed during early childhood, a rough sense of whether a given individual had grown up locally within the American bottom itself, or had spent her own earliest years somewhere considerably farther away. Evidence that at least some of Cahokia's own sacrificial victims appear to have been drawn not from the city's own resident population, but from outlying communities, quite possibly captives or tribute obtained through the very trade and alliance networks that made Cahokia's own wealth possible in the first place. A detail that adds a genuinely uncomfortable further layer to the already difficult moral accounting this story has already asked you to hold in both hands at once. That researchers today can recover this much specific, individual information from bones that spent nearly 1,000 years in the ground is itself a remarkable testament to how far the scientific study of the Mississippian world has advanced since Melvin Fowler's own original excavation, even as it should be said plainly that this same young woman, whoever she actually was, whatever she was actually called by the people who knew her before her own death, left behind no name that any surviving record preserves, only a body and the quiet, patient testimony that body was still able to offer 9.5 centuries later to researchers working to understand exactly what happened to her. A cosmos divided into 3 worlds, and the birds and serpents that guarded its borders. Because the Mississippian world left behind no written theology of its own, modern researchers have had to reconstruct the broad outline of its own religious cosmology from a combination of the physical iconography this story has already described, the layout of ceremonial architecture, and, carefully and cautiously, the oral traditions of the modern native nations, particularly Degian-Siouan-speaking peoples like the Osage and Quapaw, and Muskogean-speaking peoples like the Muskogee Creek and Chickasaw, whose own ancestors are widely believed by both tribal historians and academic archaeologists to descend directly from Mississippian populations, and whose own inherited oral traditions, though certainly reshaped and retold across the intervening centuries, appear to preserve genuine echoes of a considerably older worldview. That reconstructed cosmology describes a universe divided into 3 broad layers: an upper world associated with order, the sun, and sky-dwelling birds of prey, most importantly the falcon, whose own image recurs so insistently across the southeastern ceremonial complex, a middle world, the everyday earthly plane inhabited by human beings, animals, and plants alike, and an underworld or beneath world associated with water, with chaos and fertility in equal measure, and with a great horned or antlered serpent that appears, carved into shell gorgets and painted onto pottery across dozens of Mississippian sites, coiled in a manner that suggests genuine reverence and genuine fear held together at once. The falcon warrior figure at the centre of the Birdman burial in Cahokia's own Mound 72, and its close cousins, the Rogan plate figures uncovered at Etowah, appear, under this reconstructed framework, to represent not merely an earthly warrior chief, but a ruler who has taken on, through ritual, the identity and the skyborn authority of the upper world's own most powerful bird, a claim to cosmic as much as political legitimacy that helps explain why Mississippian chiefs across the entire region invested such enormous resources in copper, in shell, in the sheer physical labour of mound construction itself, into building and maintaining exactly this kind of visible, monumental connection between their own earthly rule and the wider order of the heavens, both hands held open at once on the city that Cahokia actually was. Honesty requires holding both of these truths in view together at this point in tonight's story, rather than letting either one crowd the other out entirely, because Cahokia was, in the most literal and demonstrable sense, one of the genuine wonders of the pre-Columbian world, a city whose builders moved millions of cubic feet of earth by hand to raise a mound larger at its base than the Great Pyramid, whose astronomers tracked the solar year with a precision that still impresses modern researchers, whose traders reached goods and materials from a trade network spanning roughly half of the entire North American continent, and whose population, at its own peak, briefly outnumbered that of London itself. And Cahokia was also, in the same unbroken historical record, a society whose ruling elite evidently practiced retainer sacrifice on a scale that claimed the lives of dozens of young people at a time. A detailed modern popular retellings of Cahokia's story sometimes soften or leave out entirely. Whether out of an understandable desire to avoid feeding old and deeply harmful stereotypes about Native American societies as uniquely savage, stereotypes with no place in an honest telling of this story, or simply because the astonishing scale of the mound building tends, understandably, to capture the imagination first. The honest truth is that human societies capable of extraordinary collective achievement have, across nearly every corner of the ancient world, also proven themselves capable of extraordinary and often deeply troubling cruelty, frequently within the very same religious and political system that produced the achievement in the first place. And Cahokia, for all its genuine wonder, was no different in this single respect from ancient Egypt or ancient Rome or the Aztec world that would flourish farther south not long after Cahokia itself had already begun its own long decline. The women who inherited power through their own mother's line. Before this story moves on to the trade network that bound Cahokia to its own sister cities, it deserves to be stated plainly exactly what the surviving evidence suggests about the role of women within Mississippian society, because the picture that emerges, drawn from burial evidence, from later ethnographic description of descendant societies, and from the specific and genuinely striking case of the Lady of Cofita-Cheekee, this story will describe in detail shortly, complicates any easy assumption that Mississippian political authority was exclusively or even predominantly a male domain. Mississippian kinship, based on the considerable body of later ethnographic evidence recorded among descendant nations including the Natchez, the Chickasaw, and the Muskogee Creek alike, appears to have been organised along matrilineal lines, meaning that a child's own clan membership, and quite often a child's own inherited social rank, passed down through their own mother's family rather than their own father's, a system this story has already described in specific and considerable detail in the case of the Natchez caste structure, and one that gave women, as the recognised carriers of clan identity and inherited status, a form of structural social authority that a casual modern assumption about which societies count as patriarchal, and which do not can too easily overlook. Burial evidence from Cahokia, Moundville, and elsewhere across the wider Mississippian world includes a number of clearly high-status female burials, accompanied by prestige grave goods, comparable in quality and quantity to those found in high-status male burials, and the existence of at least one documented female paramount ruler, the young woman De Soto's expedition would encounter at Cofita-Cheekee, commanding evident and immediate deference from the considerable population under her own authority, stands as direct, eyewitness confirmation that women could, and at least in this one thoroughly documented case did, hold the very highest position of chiefly authority within a major Mississippian polity. A detail worth holding on to specifically, because so much of this story's own surviving evidence, filtered as it necessarily is through Spanish chroniclers writing from within their own considerably more rigid European assumptions about gender and rule, could otherwise make it easy to imagine the Mississippian political world as more exclusively male-dominated than the fuller evidence actually supports. A shared language of symbols stretching across half a continent. What allows historians to speak of Cahokia and the dozens of other major mound-building centres scattered across the American South and Midwest as belonging to a single, coherent Mississippian civilization, rather than as an unconnected patchwork of unrelated local cultures that simply happen to build similar-looking earthworks, is the existence of a remarkably consistent set of shared religious symbols and shared prestige objects that archaeologists today group together under the label of the southeastern ceremonial complex, sometimes still called by the older and considerably more sensational nickname the Southern Cult in some of the earlier 20th century archaeological literature. artifacts bearing this shared iconography, carved shell gorgets worn as pendants, engraved and embossed copper plates, elaborately worked stone figurines, and painted pottery, turn up at Mississippian sites separated by well over 1,000 miles of the North American interior, from Cahokia itself in Illinois down through Moundville in Alabama, Etowah in Georgia, and Spiro far out in eastern Oklahoma, all sharing a recognizable visual vocabulary that includes a stylized falcon warrior figure, often shown in profile with an eye marked by a distinctive forked or weeping design radiating out from beneath it, coiled rattlesnakes rendered with an almost heraldic formality, human hands marked with a single eye set into the palm, and a recurring reverence for the sun as the ultimate source of chiefly and cosmic authority. What this shared symbolic language actually represented, whether a single coherent religious system practiced with real doctrinal consistency across the entire Mississippian world, or a looser, more flexible network of related but locally adapted beliefs, bound together primarily by the movement of prestige trade goods and the marriages and alliances of elite families across long distances, remains a genuinely open and actively debated question among modern archaeologists. But the sheer geographic reach of these shared symbols tells its own story, regardless of the exact answer, describing a world of frequent long-distance contact, exchange, and evidently shared religious reference points running the length and breadth of the eastern half of North America, centuries before any European ship ever reached its shores, a specialist workshop hidden for centuries beneath a modern parking lot. It deserves mention too, one of the more genuinely remarkable individual archaeological discoveries recovered from within Cahokia's own urban core, uncovered specifically because of the highway salvage excavations this story will describe in more detail later tonight, a cluster of specialized workshop debris, discarded shell fragments, broken drill bits, and partially finished beads that allowed excavators to identify the specific former location of a shell bead workshop, one of what were very likely dozens of similar specialized production areas scattered across the wider city, where craftsmen sat day after day, transforming raw whelk shell hauled in from the distant Gulf Coast into the tens of thousands of individual beads this story has already described, covering the Birdman's own burial platform. That a modern archaeologist could identify with real confidence the specific former location where specific ancient craftsmen once sat working at a specific specialized trade, based on nothing more than the discarded fragments and broken tools they left scattered across the workshop floor nearly 1,000 years ago, is itself a small, quietly remarkable testament to exactly how much of Cahokia's own ordinary working life survives, waiting to be read, in the ground beneath a city that today includes, among its own considerably more recent additions, the very parking lots and access roads built to serve the modern visitors who come to see what remains of it. Copper from the north, shells from the south, and a city that sat at the crossroads of both. Cahokia's own extraordinary size and extraordinary influence rested, in no small part, on a system of exchange that operated, so far as any surviving evidence indicates, entirely without currency in the conventional sense, without any standard unit of value against which a load of copper might be weighed against a load of shell, and without a single written contract anywhere in the process to record who owed what to whom. What the archaeological evidence does allow researchers to reconstruct, with reasonable confidence, is that exchange across this enormous network operated instead through a combination of direct reciprocal gift-giving between allied elite families, ceremonial redistribution at major gatherings where a paramount chief might publicly bestow finished prestige goods on subordinate or allied chiefs as a visible reinforcement of political loyalty, and a considerably more informal everyday barter conducted among ordinary traders moving goods along the established trails. This story will describe in more detail shortly a system that, lacking any of the formal financial infrastructure a modern reader might instinctively expect to find behind trade on this scale, nonetheless proved durable and coordinated enough to move specific, specialized goods across well over 1,000 miles of North American terrain for the better part of 3 centuries. Cahokia's own extraordinary reach and extraordinary influence rested, in no small part, on its position at the literal geographic centre of a trade network that modern archaeological surveys have traced across a truly enormous stretch of the North American continent. Sheets of raw copper, mined from native copper deposits around the shores of Lake Superior in what is now Michigan and Wisconsin, made their way south to Cahokia's own workshops, where craftsmen hammered and annealed it, using nothing but stone tools and controlled heat, into the elaborate repoussé plates and ornaments that carried the southeastern ceremonial complex's own falcon warrior and sun imagery. Marine shell, whelk and conch, harvested from the coastal waters of the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic seaboard hundreds of miles to the south and east, arrived at Cahokia in genuinely enormous quantities, carved into the tens of thousands of beads that made up burials like the Birdman's own beaded platform, and into large cups used, later evidence from southeastern people suggests, in a ceremonial purification ritual involving a caffeinated emetic tea, brewed from Yupon holly leaves that European observers would later record southeastern peoples calling, in rough translation, the Black Drink. Sheets of mica, prized for their reflective, almost mirror-like quality, travelled from mining sites in the southern Appalachian Mountains, while galena, a heavy silvery lead ore valued for the bright white pigment it produced when ground into powder, arrived from deposits in what is now Missouri, and high-quality flint suitable for large ceremonial blades and hoes came from quarries in the nearby Ozark uplands. That all of these materials, gathered from a catchment area spanning well over 1,000 miles in every direction, converged specifically on Cahokia to be worked by specialist craftsmen, and then, in many cases, redistributed outward again as finished prestige goods to allied chiefs in more distant Mississippian centres, tells you something important about exactly how Cahokia's own rulers maintained their authority, not merely through control of local food surplus and local religious ceremony, but through their position as the central node in a continent-spanning network of exchange that only a genuinely powerful and genuinely well-organised political centre could have sustained. A particular style of pottery stamped everywhere it travelled with a single unmistakable signature. Alongside raw materials like copper, shell and flint, Cahokia's own craftsmen also exported something considerably less tangible, but in its own way, just as historically revealing, a distinctive style of pottery called Rami incised ware, wide-mouthed jars decorated with a recognisable set of incised geometric and cosmological motifs, including stylised representations of the same falcon and serpent imagery. This story is already traced across the southeastern ceremonial complex that archaeologists have recovered not only throughout the American bottom itself, but at sites scattered outward across an enormous surrounding region, turning up as far away as Wisconsin, Minnesota and Iowa, in quantities and in contexts that suggest something considerably more deliberate than simple trade in finished goods. A growing body of modern scholarship, associated especially with the archaeologist Timothy Porketat's own research, has proposed that this same pottery, along with the wider suite of Cahokian religious symbols and architectural forms it travelled alongside, functioned as physical evidence of something closer to a genuine religious movement, radiating outward from Cahokia during its own 11th and 12th century peak, carried not merely by traders exchanging goods, but by actual missionaries, converts, or emigrant Cahokian communities establishing new outpost settlements considerably beyond the American bottom's own immediate borders, a theory that would recast Cahokia's own historical significance as considerably closer to a genuine centre of religious revitalisation, in the same broad category as other documented religious movements that have periodically swept across large stretches of the world's own history, than to a purely political or military capital extending its own authority through simple conquest or economic leverage alone. An outpost on a distant Wisconsin river and the darkest single controversy in all of Mississippian archaeology. The clearest and most dramatic physical evidence for exactly this kind of long-distance Cahokian outpost comes from a site called Aztlan, located along the Crawfish River in what is now southern Wisconsin, more than 350 miles north of Cahokia itself, where archaeologists have excavated a fortified town enclosed by its own log palisade with defensive bastions, built in a style directly echoing Cahokia's own central precinct wall, containing platform mounds, a plaza, and a substantial quantity of the same Ramey-incised pottery and Cahokian-style artefacts this story has already described. Evidence that some group of people, carrying Cahokia's own specific cultural and religious package, travelled far to the north sometime in the 12th century, and established a genuine, if considerably smaller, outpost community there among the local woodland tradition population already living in the region. It is worth naming honestly too the single most controversial and most disputed piece of evidence recovered from Aztlan's own excavation, a quantity of human bone recovered from refuse contexts within the site showing patterns of processing, including cut marks and deliberate breakage consistent with marrow extraction, that early 20th century excavators interpreted, with an eagerness for sensational conclusions that later, more careful researchers have treated with considerable and justified skepticism as direct evidence of cannibalism, a claim that remains genuinely and actively disputed among modern archaeologists, some of whom argue the bone processing evidence more likely reflects secondary mortuary practices, the deliberate defleshing and processing of already deceased ancestors as part of a legitimate funerary tradition, rather than any act of nutritional cannibalism, a genuinely unresolved scholarly disagreement. This story mentions honestly rather than resolving falsely in either direction, because the evidence itself, more than 8 centuries after the fact, still does not allow for a fully confident answer. A hoe made of stone, and the traders who carried it 400 miles. Before this story leaves Cahokia's own trade network to follow its influence outward to the sister cities that grew up in its shadow, and in several cases outlasted it, it is worth naming one specific and genuinely underappreciated commodity that moved through that network in truly enormous quantities: agricultural hoes chipped from a distinctive, exceptionally durable grey flint called Mill Creek chert, quarried from a single cluster of sites in what is now southern Illinois and traded outward, in numbers that archaeological surveys now estimate in the tens of thousands of individual tools, to farming communities across an enormous stretch of the Mississippian world. Because these hoes, simple as they might appear beside the copper plates and marble statues this story has already described in such detail, were the actual working tools that broke and turned the soil, supporting every single one of the great cities and ceremonial centres this whole story is describing. That a single specialised quarrying and trading operation based in one small corner of Illinois could supply working farm tools to communities hundreds of miles away, in a system with no currency in the modern sense, no wheeled transport, and no central bureaucratic authority beyond whatever informal trust and reciprocal obligation bound individual trading partners and allied chiefdoms to one another, speaks to a level of sustained, functioning economic integration across the Mississippian world that is easy to overlook beside the more visually spectacular ceremonial objects, but that in truth did just as much as any Falcon Warrior copper plate to bind Cahokia and its own sister cities into a single, interconnected civilization, rather than a scattering of unrelated local chiefdoms that simply happen to look alike. Moundville, the second great city of the Mississippian world, roughly 600 miles to the southeast of Cahokia, on a bluff overlooking the Black Warrior River in what is now west-central Alabama, a second Mississippian centre rose to a scale and a sophistication that made it, for a period spanning roughly the 12th through the 15th centuries, the largest and most important city in the entire southeastern quarter of the continent, a site modern archaeologists and the modern town that eventually grew up nearby both call Moundville, where Cahokia had reached its own peak population and influence relatively early, in the century or so following its sudden 11th century emergence, before beginning a long decline that this story will return to shortly. Moundville's own rise came somewhat later, and its own decline considerably later still, and for a stretch of roughly 2 centuries running from around 1100 to 1300 after Christ, Moundville stood as one of the 2 largest urban centres in the entire Mississippian world. Its own central precinct, organised around 29 earthen mounds, arranged with striking geometric deliberateness around a central plaza, a layout that, unlike Cahokia's own somewhat more sprawling organic growth, appears to have been planned as a coherent whole from a relatively early stage in the city's own development. Moundville's own burials, particularly those recovered from its largest platform mounds, have yielded an extraordinary collection of finely worked ceremonial artefacts, engraved stone palettes, elaborate effigy pottery vessels shaped as human heads, birds, and other animals, and copper ornaments bearing the same falcon warrior and weeping eye imagery found at Cahokia and elsewhere. Evidence of a wealthy, sophisticated elite class fully participating in the same continent-spanning religious and trade network that this whole story has already described. Among the single most striking objects Moundville's own mounds have yielded are a series of large, elaborately flaked ceremonial blades and maces carved from a single dense, fine-grained stone, and clearly never intended for any practical use in combat or in ordinary daily life, along with a distinctive category of artifact archaeologists called monolithic axes, entire axe head and handle, carved as one continuous piece of polished stone, objects that would have shattered instantly under any real combat use, but that appear, based on the careful, evidently reverent context of their own burial placement, to have served instead as purely ceremonial symbols of chiefly military authority, an emblem of a ruler's own right to command warriors carried and displayed, rather than an actual weapon ever meant to be swung in anger, not unlike the ceremonial maces and sceptres that a great many other stratified societies across the wider ancient world have used, across human history, to symbolise authority considerably more often than they have used them to actually fight. A drought written into the wood itself, and a number scientists can now put beside it. It is worth returning briefly to the specific climatic evidence underlying Cahokia's own decline, because the tree ring-based reconstruction this story has already described allows modern climatologists to express the severity of the relevant droughts in genuinely precise scientific terms, using a standard measurement called the Palmer Drought Severity Index, a scale climatologists apply to both modern instrumental weather data and through careful tree ring calibration to drought conditions reaching back many centuries before any instrument ever recorded rainfall directly. Reconstructions built from the same long-lived bald cypress trees this story has already described identify at least one sustained drought episode affecting the American bottom across the 1200s severe enough, by modern index standards, to rank among the more serious sustained agricultural droughts documented anywhere in the tree ring record for the wider Mississippi Valley across the past millennium. A genuinely severe and genuinely sustained climatic stress, arriving at almost exactly the same decades that Cahokia's own population, according to the independent evidence of the lake sediment biomarker study this story has already described, was beginning its own measurable decline, a convergence of 2 entirely independent lines of scientific evidence, one drawn from tree rings and one drawn from lake sediment, that has done more than perhaps any other single body of research to move Cahokia's own decline, in the eyes of most working archaeologists today, from a matter of speculative theory toward a considerably more scientifically grounded, if still genuinely multi-causal, explanation. Unlike Cahokia, whose own decline appears to have been driven by a genuinely complex tangle of environmental, social and political pressures, Moundville's own population appears to have declined more gradually, with the city's role shifting, across its final century or so of active use before European contact, from a genuinely populous residential city into what archaeologists increasingly believe functioned primarily as a necropolis, a sacred burial ground and ceremonial centre to which the wider Black Warrior Valley population, by then dispersed into smaller surrounding towns, continued to bring their own dead and continued to gather for major religious ceremonies, a pattern of sacred continuity even amid demographic decline that offers an important and often overlooked counterpoint to the more total abandonment that eventually overtook Cahokia itself. This same transformation, a once thriving residential capital gradually emptying of its own living population while remaining, for generations afterward, a place the surrounding region still considered too sacred to simply walk away from entirely, mirrors a pattern. Modern archaeologists have identified at more than one major Mississippian centre besides Moundville itself, and offers a genuinely useful corrective to any assumption that a Mississippian city's own decline necessarily meant the wholesale abandonment of the religious meaning that city had accumulated across its own active centuries, a distinction between political and economic decline on the one hand and genuine sacred abandonment on the other, that this story's own account of Cahokia's own final years, by contrast, suggests was considerably more total and considerably more complete. Etowah and the golden age of a Georgia river town. Farther east still, in the Etowah River Valley of what is now northwestern Georgia, a third major Mississippian centre rose to prominence across roughly the same centuries that saw Moundville flourish, a site modern scholars simply call Etowah, after the river that still runs alongside its own surviving mounds. Etowah reached its own particular height of wealth and influence somewhat later than either Cahokia or Moundville, blossoming especially across the 13th and early 14th centuries, and its own largest mound, still standing today at a height of roughly 63 feet, ranks among the tallest surviving Mississippian earthworks anywhere in the American South. It was from burials excavated at Etowah, most famously a set of graves uncovered in the 1880s by an early and by modern standards quite destructive excavation led by a Smithsonian-affiliated collector named John Rogan, that some of the single most famous and most exquisitely crafted artifacts of the entire southeastern ceremonial complex emerged, a pair of large embossed copper plates, now known to archaeologists as the Rogan plates in honour, somewhat uncomfortably given how the excavation itself was conducted, of the man who first recovered them, each depicting a magnificently costumed human figure in the unmistakable pose and regalia of the falcon warrior, wearing an elaborate headdress, carrying a ceremonial mace, and adorned with the same forked-eye motif that recurs across Mississippian sites separated by hundreds of miles. An artistic and religious echo that stands as some of the clearest physical proof available anywhere of just how genuinely interconnected the elite religious culture of the wider Mississippian world actually was. Etowah's own elite burials also included an extraordinary collection of large marble statues, paired male and female figures carved with a formal, almost stylized dignity, that most archaeologists interpret as representations of important ancestors or deified founding figures, kept and venerated, quite possibly, across many generations before finally being interred alongside a later chief's own burial, a practice that speaks to a genuinely deep and genuinely long historical memory running through Etowah's own religious life, one that, like so much else about the Mississippian world, went almost entirely unrecorded in any form beyond the physical objects its people chose to bury with their own dead. A mound burned to its own foundations, and a city that rebuilt itself anyway. It is hard to ignore, too, a detail about Etowah's own history, that the finely worked copper plates and marble statues this story has already described can make easy to overlook, which is that Etowah's own central mound complex appears based on a distinct layer of ash and burned structural debris that archaeologists have identified within the mound's own construction sequence to have suffered a genuinely severe destructive event, quite possibly a deliberate attack by a rival chiefdom, sometime around the middle of the 14th century, a violent episode that left the town's own principal temple structure burned to the ground and appears to have prompted a temporary but genuinely significant contraction in the site's own population and activity, that Etowah's own people rather than abandoning the site outright in the aftermath of this destruction, chose instead to rebuild, raising a new temple structure atop the same sacred ground and eventually restoring the town to something approaching its own former prominence across the following century, offers modern historians a genuinely valuable window into exactly how resilient and exactly how deeply tied to specific sacred ground Mississippian political and religious authority appears to have been, a community's own claim to power apparently rooted in the surviving physical evidence, at least as much in the continued sanctity of a particular mound and a particular ancestral connection, as in any purely military or economic advantage that might, in principle, have been rebuilt somewhere else entirely. Spiro and the tragedy of a treasure nearly destroyed by the men who found it. Far to the west of the Mississippian heartland, on the Arkansas River in what is now eastern Oklahoma, a fourth major center called Spiro developed into one of the most important western outposts of the entire Mississippian trade and religious network, reaching its own particular peak of wealth and influence across the 13th and 14th centuries, even as, by this point in the story, Cahokia itself was already sliding into the long decline this story will describe in detail shortly. Spiro's own largest and most significant mound, a burial and ceremonial structure known today as Craig Mound, would eventually yield one of the single richest caches of Mississippian ceremonial artifacts ever recovered anywhere. An extraordinary hoard of finely worked shell cups and gorgets, elaborately carved wooden effigies and ceremonial objects, some of them wrapped for centuries in textiles whose own preservation, in an unusually dry interior chamber within the mound, gives modern researchers one of their only surviving windows into Mississippian textile art, and a wealth of copper, pearl and stone objects bearing the same shared iconography this story has already traced from Cahokia through Moundville and Etowah alike. It is worth naming honestly and with real sorrow exactly how much of this extraordinary collection was lost to history before professional archaeologists ever had the chance to study it properly. Because in the 1930s, during the depths of the Great Depression, a group of local treasure hunters organised themselves into a commercial mining operation, leased the rights to dig into Craig Mound from its own landowner, and tunnelled directly into its central burial chamber in a frantic and largely undocumented search for artefacts to sell on the growing antiquities market, an operation local newspapers at the time nicknamed, with a casualness that reads today as genuinely chilling, the Spiro Pocket, in reference to how much money the diggers hoped to pocket from the sale of what they found. In the process, these unsupervised treasure hunters destroyed, discarded, or sold off into scattered private collections an untold quantity of irreplaceable material, textiles and organic artifacts that crumbled to dust the moment they were exposed to open air after centuries sealed inside the mound's own dry chamber, and human remains handled with a callousness that would be almost unthinkable by the standards of modern archaeological or ethical practice, a genuine catastrophe for the historical record that stands, even today, as one of the starkest cautionary tales in the entire history of American archaeology about exactly what is lost forever when the recovery of the past is left to profit rather than to careful, patient, respectful study, and a wound that many of the modern Caddo, Wichita, and other descendant communities connected to the Spiro site continue to feel and to speak about to this day. Angel Mounds, and a northern outpost on the Ohio. Along the Ohio River in what is now southwestern Indiana, a substantial Mississippian town archaeologists today call Angel Mounds, after the family that owned the land when serious excavation finally began there in the 1930s, offers modern researchers one of the best preserved examples anywhere of a mid-sized walled Mississippian town, its own central precinct enclosed by a palisade wall built, much like the one this story has already described at Cahokia itself, from thousands of upright timber posts reinforced with defensive bastions, surrounding a cluster of platform mounds and a residential population that at its own peak, sometime across the 13th through 15th centuries, likely numbered in the low thousands. Angel Mounds is particularly valuable to modern archaeologists precisely because it was never built over by a later city, the way large stretches of Cahokia itself eventually were, allowing researchers working across the middle decades of the 20th century to excavate an unusually complete picture of an ordinary, if still substantial, Mississippian town's own residential layout, its household structures, its craft working areas, and its own smaller-scale version of the platform, mound and plaza ceremonial core, that this story has already described at every larger Mississippian centre, evidence that the fundamental architectural and social grammar of Mississippian life, a chief's residence raised above his own people on an earthen mound, a central plaza for gathering and ceremony, a defensive wall when circumstances required one, repeated itself with remarkable consistency across communities of every size, from the metropolis at Cahokia down to walled towns of only a few thousand residents scattered across the entire Mississippian world. Emerald Mound, and a temple built for a god who no longer needed a city around him. Farther south, in what is now southwestern Mississippi, a site called Emerald Mound offers a genuinely striking counterexample to the residential density this story has already described at Cahokia and Angel Mounds alike, because Emerald Mound itself, the second largest surviving Mississippian earthwork after Monks Mound, appears, based on the archaeological evidence recovered from around it, to have supported only a relatively modest resident population even at its own peak, functioning instead primarily as a purely ceremonial centre, a place the wider population of the surrounding region gathered periodically for major religious observances rather than a genuine city in the sense Cahokia clearly was, built across the 14th and 15th centuries, considerably later than Cahokia's own initial rise, and covering a base large enough to have required builders to first level and reshape an entire natural hill before construction of the mound itself could even begin. Emerald Mound stands as a genuinely important reminder that the Mississippian world's own architectural and religious template, the platform mound crowned with a chief's residence or a temple, the open plaza for communal gathering, did not require in every single instance the kind of enormous permanent urban population Cahokia itself had once supported, and that Mississippian religious and political authority could evidently express itself just as fully through a large ceremonial centre serving a dispersed rural population as through a genuinely dense metropolis. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly why Emerald Mound matters so directly to the final chapters of tonight's own story, because the site sits only a handful of miles from what would later become the grand village of the Natchez, and the archaeological sequence connecting the two locations, Emerald Mound's own decline in importance occurring at roughly the same period the grand village begins its own rise, strongly suggests that Emerald Mound itself functioned as a direct religious and political ancestor to the very Natchez chiefdom. This story is going to spend considerable time with before the night is through, one sacred centre's own authority passing across a handful of generations to a smaller, but still recognisably related successor site a short distance away, a specific, geographically traceable thread of continuity that lets this story follow one particular regional Mississippian tradition in an almost unbroken line from its own 14th century ceremonial peak all the way to its own final, well-documented destruction in the 1730s. A drink brewed to purify, and a ceremony that bound a scattered civilization together. Before this story turns to the smaller towns that made up the great bulk of the Mississippian world's own population, it is worth naming one specific ritual practice that later European observers of the still-living southeastern chiefdoms recorded in enough consistent detail across multiple different nations and multiple different centuries that modern researchers feel real confidence in projecting it backward into the Mississippian world's own earlier history as well. A ceremony built around a strong caffeinated tea brewed from the roasted and toasted leaves of the yopon holly, a plant found growing wild only within a specific band of the Gulf and Atlantic coastal plain, and traded inland in considerable quantity, along the very same routes that carried copper and shell across the wider Mississippian world. Drunk in large quantities from the same large marine shell cups this story has already described as prestige trade goods, the tea, which European observers recorded southeastern peoples calling, in rough translation, the black drink, produced both a genuine stimulant effect and, when consumed in the specific large quantities the ceremony evidently called for, an intentional emetic effect as well, inducing vomiting that participants themselves understood not as an unpleasant side effect, but as the entire ceremonial point, a deliberate act of ritual purification undertaken before major councils, before going to war, and before other significant collective undertakings, cleansing a participant's own body of impurity before they took part in the community's own most consequential decisions. That this same specific ceremony, requiring a specific plant harvested from a specific, geographically limited coastal region, turns up in the archaeological and later ethnographic record across such an enormous stretch of the Mississippian world hundreds of miles inland from where the Yopon holly itself could actually grow, offers yet another concrete thread of evidence, alongside the copper and the shell and the shared falcon warrior iconography this story has already traced, of exactly how thoroughly interconnected the ceremonial life of this civilization actually was. A shell cup engraved so finely that modern artists still study its own lines. It is worth returning briefly to Spiro's own extraordinary artifact collection, this time to describe the specific artistic technique behind its own most celebrated category of object, the large, deeply and intricately engraved marine shell cups. This story has already mentioned as prestige vessels for the black drink ceremony, because the specific artistic style found on the finest of these cups, which modern art historians have come to call the Braden style, after the particular formal, precisely rendered manner in which its own falcon warriors, serpents, and human figures are depicted, shows a level of technical mastery, controlling a hard, curved, unforgiving natural surface with a stone or shell engraving tool to produce lines of genuinely remarkable delicacy and genuinely remarkable compositional sophistication that has led more than one modern art historian to compare the finest surviving examples, without any real exaggeration, to the engraved gem work and fine relief carving of considerably more widely celebrated ancient civilizations on entirely different continents. That this same Braden style recurs in recognisably related if regionally adapted forms across Spiro, Cahokia, and several other major Mississippian centres at once, has led a number of researchers to propose that a relatively small, highly trained, and evidently quite mobile community of specialist artists, whether based primarily at Cahokia itself during its own peak and later dispersing outward, or maintained instead as a broader shared artistic tradition passed between allied elite workshops at several centres simultaneously, produced the finest ceremonial objects for the entire southeastern ceremonial complex's own elite consumers, a level of specialised, portable artistic craftsmanship that stands as one more piece of evidence, alongside the trade goods and the shared iconography this story has already described, of exactly how tightly bound together the Mississippian world's own elite religious and artistic culture actually was. Smaller mounds and the ordinary towns the great cities depended on. It would be a genuine mistake in telling this story to leave the impression that the Mississippian world consisted only of a handful of spectacular metropolitan centres like Cahokia, Moundville, Etowah, and Spiro, because the wider civilization this whole night story is describing actually consisted, in its full and proper scale, of literally hundreds of smaller mound centres and thousands of ordinary farming villages scattered across an enormous swath of the North American interior, stretching from the Great Lakes in the north down through the Gulf Coast in the south, and from the eastern edge of the Great Plains across to the Atlantic seaboard. Sites like Angel Mounds along the Ohio River in what is now southern Indiana, Town Creek in the Piedmont of North Carolina, Emerald Mound and the neighbouring cluster of sites in what is now southwestern Mississippi, and dozens upon dozens of smaller, but no less genuinely Mississippian communities scattered across Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, Arkansas, and beyond, each maintained their own local versions of the same fundamental cultural package this story has already described. Platform mounds crowned with the residences and temples of a hereditary, chiefly elite, maize-based agricultural economies capable of supporting substantial permanent populations and at least partial participation in the shared religious iconography and long-distance trade network of the southeastern ceremonial complex, even as each individual community also maintained its own distinct local traditions, its own local pottery styles, and its own particular relationship to the wider political and religious currents flowing outward from the larger centres. It is this genuinely vast and genuinely interconnected patchwork of great cities, regional capitals, and ordinary farming towns taken together as a whole rather than reduced to any single spectacular site, that modern historians and archaeologists actually mean when they use the term Mississippian civilization, a civilization that, at its own broadest historical extent across the centuries between roughly 800 and 1600 after Christ, very likely included by some of the more expansive modern population estimates, well over 1 million people living across dozens of distinct chiefdoms, and hundreds of individual communities, the largest and most sophisticated indigenous civilization that would ever exist north of the great urban centres of ancient Mexico, a climate that turned, and a river valley that could no longer feed the city it had raised. Having spent a considerable stretch of tonight's story tracing the rise, the scale, and the genuine sophistication of Cahokia and the wider Mississippian world it helped anchor, this story now has to turn, as honestly and as carefully as it can, to the long, slow, and still only partially understood process by which that same world began, well over a century before any European explorer ever arrived to witness it to come apart. The most consequential single factor in Cahokia's own decline, according to the growing body of modern climatological and archaeological evidence, appears to have been a genuine shift in the region's own climate, a transition, beginning sometime in the 1200s and accelerating across the following century, away from the relatively warm and relatively stable conditions of what climatologists call the medieval warm period, the same broader climatic phase that had allowed Norse settlers to farm in Greenland around this same general era, and toward the considerably colder, considerably less predictable conditions of what is now known as the Little Ice Age, a cooling trend that would go on to affect agricultural societies across large parts of the entire Northern Hemisphere for several centuries to come. Tree ring records recovered from ancient bald cypress trees growing in the Mississippi Valley, a remarkable natural archive that allows modern researchers to reconstruct year-by-year rainfall and drought conditions stretching back well over 1,000 years, reveal evidence of a series of severe and, in at least one documented stretch, genuinely prolonged droughts affecting the American bottom across the very same decades that Cahokia's own population appears, based on independent archaeological evidence, to have begun contracting, a correlation that a great many modern researchers now regard as considerably more than coincidence, even as the exact causal relationship between climate stress and Cahokia's own specific political and social unravelling remains a subject of genuinely active scholarly debate. Compounding this climatic pressure, the same American bottom floodplain that had made Cahokia's own rise possible in the first place appears, by the archaeological evidence of the site's own later centuries, to have begun suffering from a combination of soil exhaustion, brought on by generations of intensive maize monocropping, without the kind of crop rotation or fallow periods that might have allowed the land to fully recover its own fertility, and increasingly severe and increasingly unpredictable flooding, quite possibly worsened by the very deforestation that Cahokia's own massive, repeated building projects had themselves inflicted on the surrounding uplands, a genuinely striking and genuinely sobering example of a civilization's own success gradually undermining the environmental foundation that success had originally been built upon. What a lake bed at the edge of the city was quietly keeping count of the whole time. It is worth naming, before this story turns to Cahokia's own defensive palisade, a considerably more recent and genuinely ingenious piece of scientific research that has begun to complicate in a genuinely useful way the simple picture of Cahokia's own decline this story has been building so far. A research team led by the archaeologists A.J. White and Cecil Schroeder, publishing their own findings in the late 2010s, turned to a source of evidence nobody had previously thought to examine in quite this way: the layered sediment at the bottom of Horseshoe Lake, a body of water immediately adjacent to Cahokia's own central precinct that had, across the many centuries of the city's own occupation and long afterward, steadily accumulated fecal biomarkers, specific stable organic compounds produced by the human digestive system and washed into the lake, layer upon layer, by rainfall and runoff from the surrounding densely populated landscape. By measuring the relative concentration of these biomarkers across each successive layer of lake sediment, and cross-referencing the results against independently established radiocarbon dates, White and Schroeder's team produced what amounts to a genuinely novel, direct proxy record of roughly how many people were actually living, defecating, and therefore contributing organic waste to the surrounding watershed at any given point across Cahokia's own multi-century history, a population curve constructed not from mound volume or burial counts, but from the lakebed's own patient, literal record of the city's own human presence. That record, intriguingly, suggests a population decline beginning somewhat earlier than the traditional archaeological chronology had previously proposed, complicating any tidy single-cause narrative that would attribute Cahokia's own fall to any one specific late 13th or 14th century crisis alone, and reinforcing, if anything, the wider picture this story has already tried to build of a decline driven by a slow accumulation of multiple interacting pressures, rather than any single sudden turning point a later observer could point to and say simply, that is when it ended. A city that built a wall to keep something out, or someone in. Alongside this mounting environmental pressure, the physical archaeology of Cahokia's own central precinct offers clear and genuinely unsettling evidence that the city's own final active century or so was also marked by rising internal tension, and quite possibly outright organised violence. Evidence embodied most directly in a massive defensive structure that Cahokia's own leaders built and rebuilt again around the heart of the city. Sometime in the 1200s, Cahokia's own residents constructed an enormous log palisade, a wall built from an estimated 15,000 to 20,000 individual upright timber posts, standing roughly 12 feet high and stretching for nearly 2 miles around the central precinct containing Monks Mound and the Grand Plaza, reinforced at regular intervals with projecting bastions that would have allowed defenders standing behind the wall to fire arrows along its own length at anyone attempting to approach it directly, a level of deliberate defensive engineering that stands in genuinely striking contrast to the earlier, apparently more open and more welcoming layout of the city's own founding decades. That this same palisade wall was rebuilt, according to the archaeological evidence recovered from its own post holes, at least 3 and quite possibly 4 separate times, across the roughly century or so that it stood, each rebuilding requiring the felling and hauling of many thousands of additional mature trees from the surrounding uplands, tells you 2 things at once about Cahokia's own final century. First, that whatever threat its own builders were responding to was serious and sustained enough to justify this genuinely enormous and genuinely repeated expenditure of labour and timber. And second, that this same repeated demand for construction timber very likely accelerated the deforestation pressure this story has already described, a grim feedback loop in which a defensive response to social and environmental stress may well have deepened the very environmental crisis that helped produce the stress in the first place. It bears remembering too that a forked or weeping motif radiating from beneath the eye, the single most recognisable and most widely reproduced symbol of the entire southeastern ceremonial complex, has itself been the subject of genuine and still not fully resolved scholarly disagreement over what it was actually meant to represent. with some researchers reading it as a stylized rendering of the dark facial marking naturally found beneath a falcon's own eye, a piece of straightforward naturalistic observation translated into religious art, others connecting it instead to the ritual application of dark pigment beneath the eyes that a number of later southeastern warriors are recorded applying before combat, in a practice some researchers believe was intended to reduce glare and improve a warrior's own vision in bright sunlight, in a manner not entirely unlike the eye black still worn by some modern athletes today, and still others reading the same motif as a symbolic representation of tears, connecting the falcon warrior figure to themes of mourning, sacrifice, and the specific cosmic violence of warfare and ritual killing this story is already described at Cahokia's own Mound 72, a genuine scholarly disagreement that this story mentions honestly, rather than resolving falsely, because the truthful answer, after more than a century of dedicated archaeological study, is that nobody currently knows for certain which interpretation, if any single one of them, the Mississippian world's own artists actually intended. What exactly Cahokia's own leaders were defending against, whether external raiders from rival chiefdoms, internal factional conflict between rival elite lineages within the city itself, or some combination of both, remains, like so much else about the Mississippian world's own inner political life, a question the surviving physical evidence can gesture toward but never fully answer with real certainty. Scalps, trophies, and the archaeology of a violence its own art rarely depicted directly. Alongside Cahokia's own repeatedly rebuilt defensive wall, skeletal evidence recovered from a number of Mississippian and closely related sites across the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries offers further, more directly physical confirmation that warfare, raiding, and captive-taking became a genuinely significant and apparently increasing feature of life across large parts of the Mississippian world in these same later centuries, even as the elegant falcon warrior iconography this story has already described tends, in its own formal, almost heraldic style, to abstract and idealize combat rather than depict its actual physical toll directly. Skeletal remains recovered from a number of sites across the wider Mississippi and Illinois river valleys, dating to roughly this same period, show clear evidence of scalping, of embedded projectile points never removed before death, and of the kind of mass, hastily buried group interments that tend, in the interpretation of the archaeologists who have studied them, to indicate a single violent raiding event rather than the ordinary accumulated toll of individual deaths over time, evidence that stands as a sobering physical counterpart to the more symbolic, more ceremonially stylized violence this story has already described in the retainer sacrifices of Cahokia's own Mound 72. Later ethnographic accounts of southeastern warfare, recorded among descendant nations across the 16 and 1700s, describe a style of raiding warfare focused less on the outright conquest of enemy territory in any European sense, and more on smaller scale but genuinely lethal raids intended to avenge a specific prior death, to capture prisoners either for ritual adoption into the raiding community or for ritual execution, and to obtain individual war honours and trophies, including scalps that a successful warrior could then display as a mark of accomplished status within his own community, a pattern of warfare that, if projected backward with appropriate caution onto the archaeological evidence of the Mississippian world's own final centuries, helps explain both the genuinely lethal skeletal trauma evidence recovered from this period and the specific sustained defensive engineering, walls rebuilt again and again rather than simply built once and left standing, that this story has already described at Cahokia and at Angel Mounds alike. The uncounted departures of a city no one wrote an obituary for. Cahokia's own long decline deserves the same honest reckoning this story has tried to give every catastrophe in it, an admission of just how little of the actual human experience of that decline survives in any form we can recover with real confidence. Nobody, so far as any surviving evidence indicates, wrote down an account in any language or any script of what it felt like to be a resident of Cahokia across the final generations of the city's own active life, to watch neighbouring houses stand empty a little longer each year, to walk past a wood henge that fewer and fewer religious specialists still knew how to properly maintain, to wonder as a parent whether a child born in a shrinking city would grow up to see it as anything more than a half-remembered story of what it had once been. The archaeological evidence allows modern researchers to trace the broad outline of Cahokia's own population decline with reasonable confidence. A peak population sometime around the year 1100, a gradual but clearly measurable contraction across the following century and a half, and what appears, by around 1300 and certainly by the early 1400s, to have been something close to a complete or near-complete abandonment of the central precinct itself. But that same evidence can say almost nothing about the individual human decisions, the individual grief, the individual hope or resignation that must have accompanied literally thousands of separate departures, families packing what belongings they could carry and walking away from a city their own ancestors had spent nearly 3 centuries building, mound by mound, without leaving behind so much as a single written word to explain, in their own voice, exactly why they finally chose to go. What can be said with confidence is that Cahokia's own decline was not, so far as the archaeological record indicates, a single sudden catastrophe. No burned final layer of ash marking one dramatic last day, no mass grave suggesting a single violent end, but rather a long, uneven unravelling stretched across multiple generations, each one inheriting a city smaller and less thriving than the one their own parents had known, until at some point, sometime in the 1300s or very early 1400s, the mounds and the plazas and the great log palisade were left standing largely empty, not destroyed by any conquering enemy, but simply, quietly, no longer worth the enormous collective effort it had always taken to maintain them. A hypothesis that keeps being tested against fresh evidence and keeps, so far, largely holding up. It is worth naming, before this story lays out the vacant quarter hypothesis in full, that the concept itself has faced genuine scholarly scrutiny in the years since David Dye and his own colleagues first proposed it, with some researchers arguing that the apparent depopulation reflects, at least in part, simple gaps in archaeological survey coverage rather than a genuine, near-total absence of population across the region in question, and others pointing to specific, better surveyed sub-regions within the broader vacant quarter, where at least some continued, if considerably diminished settlement can be documented across the relevant centuries. The hypothesis has, on balance, held up reasonably well against this continued scrutiny, with successive rounds of new survey and new radiocarbon dating generally reinforcing rather than overturning the broad picture of substantial depopulation across the central Mississippi Valley, predating sustained European contact. But it is worth naming honestly, as this story has tried to do throughout tonight with every genuinely contested piece of the wider Mississippian story, that the specific boundaries, the specific severity, and the specific underlying causes of the vacant quarter phenomenon remain an active and evolving area of ongoing archaeological research rather than a fully settled scientific conclusion. A vacant quarter opens in the middle of a continent. Cahokia's own decline, dramatic as it was not, this story needs to be honest in saying, an isolated event confined to a single city, but rather the most visible and most thoroughly studied example of a considerably broader pattern of demographic contraction that appears to have affected large stretches of the central Mississippi River Valley across the same general period, a pattern the archaeologist David Dye and several of his own colleagues have described in a term that has since become widely used across the field as the emergence of a vacant quarter, a genuinely vast stretch of the lower and central Mississippi Valley, encompassing parts of what are now Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee and Kentucky, that archaeological survey evidence suggests was substantially depopulated sometime across the 1300s and 1400s, well before any European explorer ever set foot in the region, its own once numerous mound centres and farming villages abandoned, and its own population apparently either dying off in numbers considerably beyond what any single, explicable cause can fully account for, or relocating outward toward the still thriving Mississippian centres further south and east that this story has already described, Moundville, Etowah, and the smaller but still substantial chiefdoms that would eventually greet Hernando de Soto's own expedition 2 full centuries later. The precise causes of this broader regional depopulation remain, like so much else in this story, a subject of genuine and ongoing scholarly debate, with the same combination of climate stress, agricultural strain, and intensified internal conflict that appears to have driven Cahokia's own decline offered as the leading explanations, though a smaller number of researchers have also raised the genuinely unsettling possibility that this same period may have seen the first, still poorly understood waves of Old World disease reaching deep into the North American interior, well ahead of any documented European contact, carried inland through the very same long-distance trade networks that had once carried copper and shell and prestige goods across the continent, a possibility this story will return to in considerably greater and more concrete detail once it reaches the era of actual European arrival, a civilization considerably less famous than its own achievements would seem to justify. There is a question this story has been quietly circling since its very first paragraph, and it deserves a direct answer now. Why a civilization of this scale, sophistication, and genuine historical importance remains, for a great many people today, considerably less familiar than the Aztec, Maya, or Inca civilizations of Mesoamerica and South America, despite Cahokia's own city having briefly outnumbered contemporary London, and despite the Mississippian world's own trade network having spanned a considerable share of an entire continent. Part of the answer lies simply in the specific cruel timing and specific cruel mechanism of the Mississippian world's own collapse, because the Aztec and Inca empires, whatever their own genuinely catastrophic losses to Old World disease, were conquered in dramatic, closely documented military campaigns that Spanish chroniclers wrote about at enormous celebratory length, precisely because Spain's own imperial self-image depended on remembering those conquests in vivid, triumphant detail, while the Mississippian world instead simply faded, largely out of any direct European sight, in the century separating de Soto's own expedition from the more sustained French and English colonization that eventually followed it, leaving behind no triumphant conquest narrative for any European chronicler to have an incentive to write down and preserve at length. Part of the answer, too, lies in the specific material this civilization built with, because where Mesoamerican civilizations raised their own monuments in cut and dressed stone, capable of surviving centuries of weather and neglect in a form still immediately, visually legible to any modern visitor as a deliberate work of monumental architecture, the Mississippian world built almost exclusively in earth and timber, materials that, however brilliantly engineered, erode, settle, and gradually soften back into the surrounding landscape, in a way that a modern visitor, driving past a grass-covered mound at highway speed, can all too easily mistake for a natural hill rather than the deliberate, patient work of tens of thousands of human hands. A final, quietly poignant irony for a story that has, from its very beginning to night, been about exactly how completely the Earth is willing to reclaim even the most extraordinary human achievement if given enough patient centuries in which to do it. A revival that never quite matched the original, and a warning worth remembering. None of the Mississippian centres this story has already described as flourishing in the centuries after Cahokia's own decline, Moundville, Etowah, Coosa, or any of the others, ever actually grew to rival Cahokia's own peak scale, a fact that alone tells its own quiet, sobering story about exactly how singular and exactly how difficult to replicate Cahokia's own specific 11th century achievement actually was. Whatever unique combination of fertile floodplain, favourable early climate, coordinated founding leadership, and quite possibly the kind of genuine religious conviction this story has already suggested may have driven Cahokia's own initial Big Bang and its own subsequent missionary-like expansion. That specific combination of factors appears never to have recurred anywhere else in the wider Mississippian world at anything close to the same scale, even across 3 further centuries during which the underlying agricultural technology, the underlying trade networks, and the underlying religious template Cahokia itself had pioneered, all remained fully available for any sufficiently ambitious later chiefdom to draw upon, a civilization that outlived its greatest city by 2 full centuries. It would be a serious mistake, however, to read Cahokia's own decline, or the broader depopulation of the vacant quarter, as the end of the Mississippian world itself, because for the better part of 2 full centuries after Cahokia's own mounds fell largely silent, the wider Mississippian civilization this story has already traced, across half a continent, continued to flourish, and in some places to genuinely thrive, across large stretches of what is now the American South. Moundville, as this story has already described, remained an active and important ceremonial centre, if a gradually less densely populated one, well into the 1400s. Etowah continued to serve as a major regional capital across roughly the same period, its own elite continuing to commission the finely worked copper plates and marble statuary. This story has already described new centres, including a genuinely powerful chiefdom the Spanish would eventually encounter and record under the name Coosa, spanning territory across parts of what are now Georgia, Alabama and Tennessee, rose to considerable regional prominence specifically during these post-Cahokia centuries, evidence that whatever combination of climatic and social pressures had brought down the Mississippian world's own first great capital had by no means brought down the wider civilization that capital had helped originate. When the first Spanish expeditions finally arrived in the American Southeast in the early 1500s, they did not encounter, as popular imagination sometimes mistakenly assumes, a landscape of silent, abandoned ruins, but rather a still functioning, still populous world of mound-building chiefdoms, walled towns, and elaborate diplomatic ceremony, the direct cultural descendants, in every meaningful sense, of the civilization that had raised Monks Mound nearly 5 centuries earlier, a living world that this story is now, at last, ready to follow the Spanish directly into. 6 forts, and a second Spanish expedition almost nobody remembers today. It deserves mention too, a second and considerably less famous Spanish expedition into the same Mississippian world, because it demonstrates that De Soto's own 4-year march was not, in fact, the last significant direct contact between the still functioning chiefdoms of the interior southeast and Spanish colonial ambition. Between 1566 and 1568, a Spanish captain named Juan Pardo led 2 separate expeditions inland from the new Spanish coastal settlement at Santa Elena, in what is now South Carolina, retracing large stretches of De Soto's own earlier route, and establishing a chain of 6 small fortified garrisons deep in the interior, including one, Fort San Juan, built directly within the town of Juara in what is now western North Carolina, in an explicit Spanish attempt this time at genuine permanent inland colonization, rather than simple plunder and passage. That attempt collapsed entirely within roughly 18 months, when the native communities hosting these garrisons, having apparently concluded, based on the archaeological evidence of coordinated near-simultaneous destruction recovered at multiple fort sites, that continued Spanish presence represented an unacceptable and unsustainable burden, rose up and destroyed all 6 forts in a coordinated uprising sometime around 1568, killing the great majority of their own Spanish garrisons and ending, for the following century and beyond, any further Spanish attempt at permanent inland settlement in the interior Mississippian world, a genuinely successful act of coordinated indigenous resistance that receives, even today, only a small fraction of the popular historical attention that De Soto's own more famous and more thoroughly chronicled expedition continues to attract. Ghosts that arrived a generation before the conquistadors themselves. Hernando de Soto was not, this story needs to be honest in saying, the first Spaniard to reach the shores of what is now the southeastern United States, and the decades of earlier, smaller, and far less thoroughly documented Spanish contact that preceded his own expedition matter enormously to any honest accounting of exactly how and exactly when disease first began moving through the Mississippian world. As early as 1513, the explorer Juan Ponce de Leon had already made landfall on the Florida coast in a failed search for territory to colonize, and further Spanish voyages across the following decade probed the same coastline repeatedly, trading, raiding for captives to sell into slavery in the Caribbean, and whether their own crews ever fully realized it or not, very likely depositing the first Old World pathogens into coastal native populations, who would then have carried them inland along the same trade routes that moved copper and shell and marine goods across the wider Mississippian world. In 1526, a Spanish nobleman named Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon led a considerably larger colonizing expedition to the Atlantic coast of what is now South Carolina or Georgia, an attempt at permanent settlement that collapsed within months amid disease, starvation, and internal strife among the colonists themselves, but that nonetheless placed several hundred Spaniards, and whatever pathogens they carried with them, in direct and sustained contact with local native communities for the better part of a year, and in 1528, an expedition led by Panfilo de Narvaez landed near Tampa Bay with a force of several hundred men, marched inland through Florida in a disastrous campaign that ended in shipwreck, starvation, and the deaths of all but 4 of its own original members, one of whom, a Spanish nobleman named Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, spent the following 8 years as a captive, a trader, and eventually a celebrated healer among a succession of native communities stretching from the Gulf Coast all the way to northern Mexico, before finally reuniting with Spanish forces and publishing an account of his own extraordinary ordeal that would directly inspire de Soto's own later expedition. Taken together, these 3 earlier waves of Spanish contact spread across more than a quarter century before de Soto ever landed at Tampa Bay himself, mean that the still thriving, still populous Mississippian chiefdoms de Soto's own chroniclers would go on to describe in such vivid detail across 1540 and 1541 were very likely already living, whether they themselves understood the cause or not, in the early shadow of a disease burden that had begun spreading inland years, and quite possibly decades, before a single armoured Spanish soldier ever stood in a Mississippian town in person. A landing on a distant coast, and an expedition built on rumour and greed. In the spring of 1539, the same Hernando de Soto, whose own arrival at the burning town of Mobila opened tonight's story, stepped ashore near Tampa Bay, on the Gulf Coast of what is now Florida, at the head of an expedition of somewhere between 600 and 1,000 men, depending on which of the surviving chronicles a modern historian chooses to trust, along with several hundred horses, herds of hogs driven along as a mobile food supply, and a considerable quantity of chains, collars, and other equipment intended for the enslavement of whatever native population the expedition might encounter along the way. De Soto himself arrived in Florida, already a wealthy and celebrated man by the standards of Spanish conquest, having made his own considerable fortune years earlier as a lieutenant under Francisco Pizarro during the conquest of the Inca Empire in Peru, an experience that had left him, along with a great many of his fellow veterans of that campaign, genuinely convinced that North America too must be hiding a comparably fabulous kingdom of gold somewhere in its own interior, a conviction that would drive his own expedition across the following 4 years on an exhausting, brutal, and ultimately fruitless 4,000-mile trek through the heart of the Mississippian world in relentless search of riches that, in the end, simply did not exist to be found. What de Soto's expedition did find, whether its own members fully appreciated it or not, was an extraordinary and, from a modern historical perspective, genuinely priceless first-hand window into the still-living Mississippian world because the written accounts left behind by several of the expedition's own participants, imperfect, self-serving, and written from the deeply biased perspective of men actively engaged in a campaign of conquest and plunder, as they undeniably were, remain today the single most detailed surviving eyewitness descriptions of Mississippian chiefdoms, towns, and ceremonial life that exist anywhere in the historical record, an irreplaceable, if deeply compromised, primary source for a civilization that otherwise left behind no writing of its own. Through Appalachia and Acute, and a winter spent inside a captured town. Before ever reaching Coffee-to-Cheeky, De Soto's expedition spent its own first winter in North America, occupying, by force, the principal town of the powerful Appalachia chiefdom, near what is now Tallahassee, Florida, evicting the town's own residents from their own homes and granaries in order to shelter and provision the Spanish force through the coldest months of the season. A pattern of forced requisition that would recur, with grim regularity, at nearly every substantial town the expedition subsequently passed through across the following 3 years. Moving northward out of Appalachia territory in the spring of 1540, the expedition passed through the smaller chiefdom of Acute, in what is now central Georgia, whose own ruler, according to the surviving chronicles, provided De Soto's men with porters, guides, and supplies with an outward cooperation that appears, on closer reading, to have been motivated at least in part by Acute's own long-standing local rivalry with a neighbouring chiefdom, a detail that offers modern historians a genuinely valuable reminder that the Mississippian world the Spanish were passing through was never a single unified political bloc, but rather, like a great many other medieval and ancient worlds across history, a landscape of competing regional powers, old grudges, and shifting alliances that a sufficiently well-informed outside force and De Soto's own expedition proved itself repeatedly willing to exploit exactly this kind of local rivalry could turn to considerable strategic advantage. The Lady of Coffee-to-Cheeky and pearls beyond counting. Moving northward and eastward from their own initial landing point, De Soto's expedition spent the early months of 1540 pushing through the territory of a series of smaller chiefdoms across what is now Georgia, before arriving, in the late spring of that year, at a substantial and evidently quite wealthy chiefdom called Coffee-to-Cheeky, located along the watery river in what is now central South Carolina. Coffee-to-Cheeky's own ruler, described in the Spanish chronicles as a young woman the Spaniards themselves came to call, with a certain amount of romanticized European gallantry, the Lady of Coffee-to-Cheeky received the Spanish expedition with an elaborate diplomatic welcome, offering De Soto and his officers gifts that included, according to multiple independent surviving accounts, a genuinely enormous quantity of freshwater pearls, harvested from the region's own rivers and stored evidently in considerable ceremonial quantity within Coffee-to-Cheeky's own mortuary temples, pearls that the increasingly gold-obsessed Spaniards initially mistook, in their own eager disappointment, for evidence of a still greater treasure waiting somewhere further inland. De Soto's own men, in a pattern of betrayal that would recur, as this story is about to describe, at chiefdom after chiefdom across the length of the entire expedition, repaid Coffee-to-Cheeky's own considerable hospitality by seizing the lady herself as a hostage and forcing her, together with several of her own attendants, to accompany the expedition northward as a guarantee of continued safe passage and continued provisions from the towns under her own authority. A captivity that lasted for a number of weeks before the lady, according to the surviving chronicles, managed to slip away from her own Spanish captors during a stop along the expedition's own route and disappear back into her own territory, a small but genuinely striking act of successful personal defiance amid an expedition otherwise defined, chiefdom after chiefdom, by exactly the kind of one-sided coercion that had originally placed her in Spanish custody in the first place. What De Soto's men also recorded at Coffee-to-Cheeky, in a detail that has since become one of the most historically significant single passages in the entire body of surviving De Soto chronicles, was the discovery, within several of the town's own large ceremonial structures, of unmistakable evidence that Cofita Chequi had recently been struck by a severe epidemic, a detail the Spanish chroniclers themselves recorded in relatively matter-of-fact terms as simply an observation about a town that had suffered a recent plague, but a detail that modern historians and epidemiologists now regard as potentially one of the earliest documented pieces of evidence for Old World disease already spreading through the North American interior, even before this specific Spanish expedition itself had made direct contact, quite possibly carried inland by earlier, smaller, and considerably less well-documented Spanish coastal expeditions and slaving raids that had already been probing the southeastern coastline for a full generation before De Soto's own arrival, a confederation forged from grief half a continent away from Coosa. It is hard to ignore, too, before this story follows De Soto's expedition onward toward Coosa itself, that the same underlying pattern of paramount chiefdoms fracturing under mounting external and internal pressure, and their own surviving subordinate towns eventually regrouping into new, more loosely federated political structures, that this story has already described unfolding among the descendants of Coosa across the century and a half following De Soto's own visit, played out in broadly comparable form among several other Mississippian-descended peoples across this same general era. The Chickasaw and Choctaw nations each coalescing across the 16 and 1700s out of a similar patchwork of surviving town-based communities whose own former paramount chiefdoms had been severely weakened by exactly the same combination of epidemic disease and mounting colonial pressure this story has already traced through Coosa's own particular history. That this same basic pattern, catastrophic loss, followed not by total disappearance, but by a genuine and often quite creative process of political and social reorganization among the surviving population, repeats itself across multiple distinct Mississippian-descended peoples independently of one another, offers modern historians a genuinely important corrective to any narrative of this civilization's own fall that ends simply in disappearance. Because what the fuller evidence actually shows, again and again, is survival reshaped by catastrophe rather than survival erased by it. A commoner's harvest and a chief's own granary. It is worth naming honestly before this story follows De Soto's expedition any further into the still thriving Mississippian world of the 1540s, exactly how unevenly the wealth and comfort this story has already described was actually distributed across Mississippian society as a whole, because the same archaeological evidence that reveals the genuine splendor of elite burials at Cahokia, Moundville, and Etowah alike also reveals, with equal clarity, a population of ordinary farmers and labourers whose own lives were considerably more precarious and considerably more directly burdened than the wealth of their own chief's burial goods might suggest at a glance. Skeletal evidence recovered from ordinary residential context across a number of Mississippian sites shows measurably higher rates of the kind of chronic physical stress markers, arthritis, healed but poorly set fractures, and evidence of periodic nutritional shortfall associated with sustained heavy agricultural labour, compared to the skeletal evidence recovered from elite burial contexts, a pattern that suggests, much as it would in almost any other stratified agricultural civilization in world history, that the specific human cost of building and maintaining the mounds, the plazas, and the wider ceremonial infrastructure this story has spent so long admiring fell disproportionately on a commoner class, whose own names, whose own individual stories, and whose own specific grievances against a demanding chiefly elite, if any such grievances existed, left behind no record at all beyond the uneven wear on their own bones. Later, European accounts of southeastern chiefdoms, including De Soto's own chroniclers, describe a system of tribute and communal labour obligation, in which ordinary farmers were required to contribute a portion of their own harvest to centrally maintained granaries controlled by the chiefly elite, granaries that in turn functioned both as a genuine form of collective insurance against a bad harvest year, and as a direct and considerable source of the chief's own personal wealth and political leverage, a dual-purpose institution that, much like Cahokia's own religious calendar and Cahokia's own defensive palisade alike, reveals a society whose own genuine achievements rested, as genuine achievements in stratified societies nearly always do, on the labour of a great many people who left behind considerably less evidence of their own individual existence than the elite whose comfort that labour ultimately supported. A road already worn smooth by centuries of travellers before a single Spanish boot ever walked it. It is hard not to notice, too, a small but genuinely telling detail, the surviving De Soto Chronicles record again and again, as the expedition moved from chiefdom to chiefdom across the length of its own long march, the consistent existence of established, well-maintained paths and trails connecting one Mississippian town to the next, cleared and evidently kept in regular repair, along which the expedition's own guides, provided at each stop by the local chief whose own hospitality, however coerced, still generally extended to supplying accurate directions and reliable porters for the next leg of the journey, led De Soto's men onward with a confidence that itself speaks to an established, functioning regional network of overland travel and overland communication, considerably more extensive and considerably more reliable than a modern reader, picturing pre-Columbian North America as a trackless wilderness, might otherwise assume existed at all. These same trails, worn smooth by centuries of traders carrying copper and shell and Rami-encased pottery across exactly the kind of long distances this story has already described, and by generations of tribute bearers and messengers moving between paramount centres and their own subordinate towns, were, in the most literal and physical sense available, the actual infrastructure of the wider Mississippian world. This whole story has been describing an infrastructure invisible to any modern satellite image and long since reclaimed by forest and farmland alike, but no less real and no less essential to how this civilization actually functioned than the roads the Roman Empire once paved in stone on the opposite side of the same ocean De Soto himself had so recently crossed. Coosa and the last great flowering of Mississippian ceremony a European ever witnessed firsthand. Continuing their own long march northward and westward through the summer of 1540, De Soto's expedition arrived, in July of that year, at the paramount chiefdom of Coosa, a genuinely powerful confederation of towns spanning territory across parts of what are now Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama, and widely regarded by modern historians as among the largest and most influential Mississippian polities still standing at the specific moment of European contact. The Spanish chronicles describe Coosa's own paramount chief receiving De Soto's expedition with a diplomatic ceremony of genuinely striking grandeur, carried into the Spanish camp on a litter borne by his own attendants, accompanied by a procession of musicians playing flutes and singing, and escorted by more than 1,000 of his own warriors and townspeople arrayed, according to the surviving accounts, in an elaborate and evidently carefully choreographed display of the chiefdom's own wealth and military strength. A description that offers modern readers one of the single clearest surviving windows anywhere into exactly the kind of elaborate chiefly ceremony this story has already suggested. From the physical evidence of Cahokia and Moundville and Etowah alike, must have characterized Mississippian political life at its own most confident and most secure. De Soto's men, in a pattern that would repeat itself with grim consistency at nearly every major chiefdom the expedition subsequently encountered, repaid Coosa's own elaborate hospitality by seizing the chief himself as a hostage, forcing him to accompany the expedition in chains for a considerable distance further into the interior as a guarantee of safe passage and continued provisions from Coosa's own subject towns. A betrayal of diplomatic trust that the surviving Spanish chronicles themselves record with a startling and, from a modern moral vantage point, deeply troubling casualness, treating the kidnapping of a powerful and genuinely hospitable foreign ruler as simply a routine and unremarkable tactic of the expedition's own continued survival, a body marked with ink, a cloak woven from feathers, and a chief dressed to be recognised from a great distance. Before this story follows De Soto's own expedition into the specific violence of Tuscaloosa's own carefully laid trap, it is worth pausing on the physical appearance of Mississippian elite dress and personal adornment that the Spanish chronicles describe again and again, with evident and often quite genuine admiration at chiefdom after chiefdom along the expedition's own route, because these descriptions offer modern readers one of the only surviving windows into an aspect of Mississippian material culture: textiles, feathers, dyed hair, and tattooed or painted skin that almost never survives in the archaeological record at all. Multiple chronicles describe high-status Mississippian men and women alike bearing extensive tattooing, applied by pricking the skin and rubbing pigment into the resulting wound in patterns that appear, based on the chronicler's own admittedly imprecise descriptions, to have recorded specific personal accomplishments, specific clan affiliations, or specific ranks within a given community's own social hierarchy, a permanent visible record of individual identity and individual status that, unlike the copper plates and shell gorgets this story has already described at such length, simply could not survive in any grave for archaeologists centuries later to recover directly. Chiefly regalia, as multiple chronicles describe it, commonly included cloaks and mantles woven from feathers, from finely dressed deer or bison hide, or from a soft woven fabric made from mulberry bark fibre and native plant down, dyed in bright colours and worn specifically based on the consistent emphasis of the Spanish accounts to make a ruling chief immediately and unmistakably recognisable from a considerable distance to any crowd of his or her own gathered subjects, a form of visible, wearable political theatre that operated on exactly the same underlying logic as the elaborate copper falcon warrior imagery this story has already described, projecting a chief's own claim to sacred and cosmic authority outward in a form every observer, literate or not, could immediately read and understand. Tuscaloosa's calculated welcome and the battle that opened tonight's story in full. It was this same pattern of Spanish betrayal, repeated chiefdom after chiefdom across the length of their own long march, that had, by the time De Soto's expedition reached the territory of the powerful chief Tuscaloosa in the early autumn of 1540, already begun to produce exactly the kind of organised native resistance that would culminate in the burning of Mobile this story opened with. Tuscaloosa, according to the most careful modern historical reconstructions of the surviving chronicles, appears to have received De Soto's expedition with an outwardly gracious welcome that concealed, from the very beginning, a carefully planned trap, having likely received advance warning through the same regional communication networks that had carried copper and shell and religious iconography across the Mississippian world for centuries, of exactly how De Soto's men had treated Coosa and the other chiefdoms that had preceded Tuscaloosa's own people along the expedition's route. The battle that followed at Mobile on the 18th of October, 1540, described in the opening of tonight's story, stands, by the estimates of the surviving Spanish chronicles themselves, among the single bloodiest engagements fought anywhere in the North American interior before the era of large-scale European colonization, with Spanish accounts claiming native casualties running into the thousands, alongside a smaller but still genuinely severe toll among De Soto's own men. A battle in which the expedition, despite its own ultimate tactical victory, lost the great majority of the pearls, supplies, and other accumulated plunder it had gathered across the previous year and a half of marching, all of it destroyed in the fires that consumed Mobile's own burning houses alongside its own defenders, a trap sprung by a people who had already learned the hard way exactly what kind of guests they were hosting. It is worth naming, before this story describes the battle at Mobile itself in full, exactly why Tuscaloosa's own decision to fight, rather than simply continue the pattern of cautious accommodation this story, as already described at Kusa and Kofitasheki alike, made a genuine kind of strategic sense, given everything Tuscaloosa's own people had almost certainly already learned by this specific point in the expedition's own long march. Word of De Soto's own treatment of Kusa's paramount chief, seized and marched in chains for weeks, despite an initially warm and genuinely elaborate diplomatic welcome, had very likely reached Tuscaloosa's own territory well ahead of the Spanish expedition itself, carried along exactly the kind of established trade and communication routes this story has already described, connecting Mississippian chiefdoms across enormous distances, meaning Tuscaloosa himself had every reason to expect that continued outward cooperation would eventually earn his own people nothing but the same treatment Kusa had already received, a calculation that reframes the outwardly gracious welcome Tuscaloosa extended to De Soto's own arriving expedition, not as naive hospitality, but as the opening move of a carefully considered trap, laid by a leader who had, by this stage of the story, already learned everything he needed to know about exactly what kind of guests these particular Spaniards actually were. A single afternoon, counted and recounted by men who could not agree on the number of their own dead. It is worth dwelling a moment longer on the battle at Mabila itself, because the surviving accounts, for all their disagreement on precise numbers, agree on enough of the essential shape of that single October afternoon to make clear exactly how close De Soto's own expedition came to complete destruction. Tuscaloosa's own warriors, having concealed a substantial force inside Mabila's own houses and behind its own recently reinforced walls, launched their attack only after luring the bulk of De Soto's own men inside the town itself under the pretense of continued diplomatic hospitality, very nearly overwhelming the Spanish force in the battle's opening minutes before De Soto's own cavalry, fighting from horseback in the open ground outside the town's own walls, managed to blunt the initial assault and eventually force Mabila's defenders back inside the burning town itself. The fires that ultimately consume Mabila, whether set deliberately by the Spanish to flush out its defenders or ignited accidentally in the chaos of hand-to-hand fighting through the town's own tightly packed houses, the surviving chronicles themselves cannot fully agree, killed a great many of the town's own remaining warriors and residents, where they stood rather than allow them to surrender, a detail that later accounts, both Spanish and, through oral tradition, among some of the region's own native descendant communities, would remember as evidence of a fighting force that had chosen, in the town's own final hour, death over capture. De Soto's own force, though it held the field by the battle's own end, emerged from Mabila in a state the gentleman of Elvas himself describes with unusual candour as genuinely desperate, its own surviving supplies, medicine, and accumulated plunder largely destroyed in the same fires that had consumed the town, its own wounded numbering in the hundreds, and its own horses, the single greatest tactical advantage the expedition possessed over any Mississippian force it encountered, reduced by a toll that would have crippled a less determined or less genuinely desperate commander than De Soto had already, by this point in his own long career, proven himself to be. A town on the St. Francis, still waiting patiently under an Arkansas cotton field. It bears remembering, too, exactly how modern archaeologists have gone about identifying the actual physical locations of towns like Cahokia and Pakaha, known to us today only through the necessarily imprecise geographic descriptions embedded in 4 separate and often disagreeing Spanish chronicles written by men marching through unfamiliar territory with no reliable means of measuring distance beyond their own estimated daily travel. Sustained archaeological survey and excavation across the 20th and early 21st centuries has led the great majority of modern researchers to identify Cahokia specifically with a site now preserved as Parkin Archaeological State Park, along the St. Francis River in eastern Arkansas, where excavations have recovered a Spanish-style iron artifact, a small brass and iron fragment consistent with 16th century Spanish metalwork, from a context and at a location consistent enough with the chronicle's own description of De Soto's visit that most specialists now regard the identification as close to settled, a genuinely rare case in which the notoriously difficult task of matching a documented historical account to a specific, physically excavated archaeological site has actually succeeded with real confidence, offering modern visitors to the park a chance to stand on ground that the gentleman of Elvas himself almost certainly once walked across in the late spring of 1541. The river no Spaniard had ever seen, and the mound-building chiefdoms waiting on its far bank. Pressing onward, considerably weakened but still determined, across the winter and following spring, de Soto's expedition finally arrived, in May of 1541, at the banks of a river so wide that the Spanish chroniclers themselves struggled to find adequate language to describe it, becoming, so far as the surviving historical record indicates, the first Europeans ever to lay eyes on the Mississippi River at any point along its own vast length. Crossing the river on rafts built specifically for the purpose, the expedition continued westward into the territory of two more substantial Mississippian chiefdoms, Cahokia and Pacaha, located along the river's own western floodplain, in what is now eastern Arkansas, whose own mound-crowned towns and evident political rivalry with one another the Spanish chronicles describe in considerable and genuinely valuable ethnographic detail, including a description of de Soto personally erecting a large wooden cross atop one of Cahokia's own principal mounds, in a gesture the Spanish clearly intended as a Christian conquest ritual, but that the region's own residents, by the account's own admission, appear to have received and subsequently venerated within the entirely different framework of their own existing sun and sky religious symbolism. A small but genuinely telling example of the kind of cross-cultural misunderstanding, in both directions at once, that ran through nearly every recorded encounter of de Soto's entire long expedition. Two rival chiefdoms, and a cross raised on a battlefield that never quite happened. It is worth dwelling a little longer on de Soto's own time among Cahokia and Pacaha, because the surviving chronicles describe, in genuinely valuable detail, exactly the kind of local political rivalry between neighbouring Mississippian chiefdoms that this story has already suggested de Soto's expedition proved itself so willing to exploit wherever it found one. Cahokia's own ruler, according to the gentleman of Elvas's own account, actively courted de Soto's favour and his own military assistance specifically in hopes of using the Spanish forces' evident power against Pacaha, a long-standing regional rival, whose own principal town, protected by a moat and an earthen embankment, the Spanish chroniclers themselves described with evident respect for its own defensive sophistication, de Soto's combined force did in fact eventually occupy, forcing Pacaha's own chief to flee and eventually to negotiate an uneasy peace mediated, in a detail the surviving chronicles record with something close to genuine wonder at the theatre of it, by de Soto himself standing between the two rival Mississippian rulers and orchestrating what the Spanish account describes as a formal reconciliation ceremony, the two lords finally sitting down together at Cahokia's own request, in a demonstration, however temporary and however entirely dependent on Spanish military leverage, that these same regional political rivalries this story has already suggested ran throughout the Mississippian world were genuinely capable of being negotiated and set aside through diplomacy when the circumstances, or an outside power with an interest in seeing them set aside, made it worthwhile to do so. It was atop one of Cahokia's own principal mounds, in the midst of this same extended stay, that de Soto ordered his own men to raise the large wooden cross this story has already mentioned, a gesture of Christian conquest ritual that the Spanish chronicles themselves record Cahokia's own people receiving with what appeared to be genuine reverence, kneeling and praying before the new monument in a manner the Spanish understandably read as evidence of successful conversion, but that a great many modern historians now suspect reflected instead Cahokia's own entirely separate religious framework, in which a tall, sky-reaching wooden object raised atop a sacred mound during a period of severe regional drought fit naturally, whatever the Spanish themselves believed they were witnessing, into an existing Mississippian tradition of erecting sacred poles and markers as part of ceremonies intended to petition the upper world for rain, a death hidden in the river that had made the expedition famous. Having failed, across more than 2 full years of marching, to find anything resembling the gold and silver that had drawn him across the Atlantic in the first place, and having led his own expedition into a genuinely desperate wandering across the lower Mississippi Valley and into parts of what are now Louisiana and Texas, in a final, increasingly futile search for riches or an overland route back to Spanish territory in Mexico, De Soto himself fell seriously ill in the spring of 1542 and died near the banks of the same great river. His own expedition had been the first Europeans to discover in May of that year. His own surviving officers, fearing, based on everything the expedition had learned about the genuine military and political power of Mississippian chiefdoms across the preceding 3 years, that news of the great conquistador's own death might embolden the region's own peoples to finally destroy the weakened and demoralized remnant of his army, made the decision to conceal his death entirely, wrapping his own body in weighted cloth and sinking it, under cover of darkness, into the very river that would forever after carry his own name in the popular historical imagination. A genuinely strange and, in its own way, fitting final resting place for a man whose entire 4-year expedition had, in the end, produced no gold, no lasting Spanish colony, and no conquest of any kind, but had left behind, in the written accounts of its own surviving participants, one of history's only detailed first-hand descriptions of the Mississippian world at the very last moment before that world's own final, catastrophic unravelling began in earnest. A conquistador remembered, on one side of the ocean, as a hero, and on the other, barely remembered at all. There is a genuinely striking symmetry worth sitting with here in how De Soto's own name and De Soto's own expedition have been remembered on the 2 different sides of the Atlantic Ocean in the centuries since, because in Spain and across a great deal of the wider Spanish-speaking world, De Soto has long occupied a place of genuine historical prominence, celebrated for generations as one of the great conquistador explorers, the first European to see the Mississippi River, his own name attached in the centuries since to counties, cities, automobiles, and countless other American commemorations that treat his own 4-year expedition chiefly as a triumphant, if ultimately tragic, chapter of European discovery. Among the direct descendant nations of the Mississippian chiefdoms, his own expedition marched through, burned, enslaved, and, in ways neither De Soto nor his own men ever fully understood, infected with catastrophic disease. De Soto's own memory carries a considerably different and considerably darker weight, remembered, where he is specifically remembered at all in tribal oral tradition, not as a heroic discoverer, but as the leader of an armed invasion that opened the final, most devastating chapter of a much longer story of loss, a genuinely stark reminder that the same historical figure can occupy, with equal historical legitimacy, 2 almost entirely opposite places in 2 different peoples' own inherited memory, depending entirely on which side of his own sword a given family's own ancestors happen to be standing. Moscoso's retreat and a fleet of hollowed logs racing for Mexico, command of the shattered remnant of De Soto's own expedition past, following his own secret burial in the Mississippi River, to one of his senior officers, Luis de Moscoso de Alvarado, who led the survivors on one final, genuinely desperate attempt to find an overland route west to Spanish territory in Mexico, a march that carried the expedition deep into what is now Texas, before worsening drought, dwindling supplies, and the sheer discouraging vastness of the unfamiliar country ahead finally convinced Moscoso to abandon the attempt and turn the expedition back toward the Mississippi River instead. Through the winter of 1542 and into the following spring, the surviving Spaniards camped once again among the same Mississippian towns their own expedition had spent the previous 2 years alternately trading with, extorting, and battling, built a small fleet of makeshift boats, felling trees, forging what little iron and nails remained among their own dwindling supplies, and constructing rigging from native fibre and their own worn-out clothing, before finally launching the completed vessels down the Mississippi River in July of 1543, running a gauntlet of pursuing war canoes launched by native communities along the river's own banks, who had, by this final stage of the expedition, learned exactly what kind of visitors these particular Spaniards had proven themselves to be. Of the roughly 600 to 700 men who had marched inland from Tampa Bay with De Soto 4 years earlier, only around 311 survivors, by the most careful modern tallies of the surviving accounts, finally reached Spanish territory near the mouth of the Panuco River in Mexico in September of 1543, arriving in the words more than one modern historian has used to describe their own ragged condition, less like a conquering army than like the shipwrecked survivors of a genuine disaster, having found no gold, no silver, no lasting colony, and no conquest of any kind to show for 4 years of marching through and doing lasting harm to one of the genuinely great civilizations of the ancient world. 4 chroniclers, 4 different Mississippian worlds. It is genuinely striking how much modern historians have to weigh and cross-reference the specific biases and specific limitations of each individual surviving account of De Soto's expedition before treating any single detail within them as reliable historical fact. Because the 4 principal chronicles that survive from the expedition, an anonymous account written by a Portuguese participant known simply as the Gentleman of Elvas, a more official and considerably more administratively minded account compiled by the expedition's own secretary Rodrigo Rangel and later incorporated into a broader chronicle by the Spanish historian Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, a briefer account written by another expedition member named Luis Hernández de Biedma, specifically for submission to the Spanish crown, and a considerably later, considerably more literary, and by modern historical consensus considerably less reliable narrative account compiled decades afterward by a half Inca, half Spanish writer known as El Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, who never actually participated in the expedition himself and relied instead on second-hand interviews with aging survivors, differ from one another substantially in their own reported details, their own population estimates for the chiefdoms encountered, and their own accounts of specific events including the battle at Mobila itself. Modern historians and archaeologists working to reconstruct the most historically reliable possible picture of the Mississippian world at the moment of first contact have learned to treat the Gentleman of Elvas and Biedma's accounts as generally the most cautiously reliable of the 4, given their own relatively sober, eyewitness, close to contemporary character, while treating Garcilaso de la Vega's later and more romanticised narrative with considerably greater scepticism, a methodological caution this story has tried to honour throughout, by favouring the details that appear consistently across multiple, independent accounts, rather than relying on any single chronicler's own version of events, a ship's own cargo hold, and the theory that gave a name to the whole catastrophe. It deserves mention, too, the specific scholarly framework that modern historians now use to understand exactly why contact between the peoples of the Americas and the peoples of Europe, Africa and Asia proved so catastrophically one-sided in its own epidemiological consequences, a framework the historian Alfred Crosby first articulated in a 1972 book that gave the whole phenomenon its now standard name, the Columbian Exchange, describing the vast, largely involuntary transfer of plants, animals, and disease pathogens that followed European contact with the Americas in both directions at once. The peoples of Afro-Eurasia, Crosby's own research demonstrated, had spent thousands of years living in close sustained proximity to large domesticated herd animals, cattle, pigs, horses, and sheep among them, a proximity that had, across those same thousands of years, allowed a whole family of herd animal diseases, smallpox, measles, and influenza most significant among them, to jump into the human population and, crucially, to select over many generations for at least partial human genetic and immunological resistance among the survivors of repeated historical outbreaks. The peoples of the Americas, by contrast, having domesticated only a small number of animals, none of them the kind of large, densely herded livestock that had incubated Afro-Eurasia's own disease burden, arrived at the moment of European contact with essentially no inherited immunological experience of these same diseases whatsoever, a genuinely tragic accident of parallel but divergent agricultural history that meant a disease Europeans themselves regarded as a routine, survivable, if still serious childhood illness could sweep through an American population with a lethality rate many times higher, precisely the kind of catastrophic, population-collapsing virgin soil epidemic this story has already described devastating the Mississippian world across the century, separating De Soto's own expedition from La Salle's later journey down the same river, a number too large for most people to properly hold in their own mind at once. There is a genuine scholarly controversy worth confronting directly, one that has surrounded the specific numerical estimates historians have offered for the pre-contact population of the Americas as a whole, and by direct extension for the Mississippian world specifically, because the anthropologist Henry Dobbins, publishing influential estimates across the 1960s and beyond, argued for pre-contact population figures for the Americas considerably higher than most earlier 20th century scholars had proposed, in some versions of his own arguments suggesting a hemispheric population in the tens of millions and a corresponding overall mortality rate, once the full cascading impact of repeated epidemic waves was accounted for, that could have approached 90% or more of the entire pre-contact population across the following century and a half. Later researchers have pushed back against some of Dobbins's own specific methodology and some of his own more expansive numerical claims, and the precise figure remains to this day a subject of genuinely active and genuinely unresolved academic debate. But the broad direction of the revision Dobbins helped initiate, away from the once standard and now widely rejected assumption that pre-contact America was only lightly populated, and toward a recognition that the continent supported populations and built civilizations, including the Mississippian world this whole story has described, on a scale that made their subsequent collapse a demographic catastrophe of a magnitude the popular historical imagination has still not fully absorbed, has held up remarkably well against decades of subsequent archaeological and demographic research. The Empire De Soto glimpsed, and the emptiness the next European found in its place. It is in the genuinely striking gap between what De Soto's own expedition described in the early 1540s and what a second wave of French explorers found when they finally returned to the same general region more than a full century later that the true scale of the Mississippian world's final catastrophe becomes visible with real clarity when the French explorer René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de La Salle, travelled down the length of the Mississippi River in the early 1680s, retracing large stretches of the same general route De Soto's expedition had followed nearly a century and a half earlier. His own party found a landscape strikingly, and in places almost entirely depopulated compared to the densely settled, mound-crowned chiefdoms De Soto's chroniclers had described in such vivid and specific detail, whole stretches of river valley that De Soto's own accounts describe as lined with substantial towns now standing empty, or occupied by only a small fraction of their own former population, a demographic collapse of genuinely staggering proportions that had unfolded almost entirely outside the direct observation of any European witness, in the more than 100 years separating the two expeditions. This pattern, a documented, densely populated Mississippian world in the 1540s, followed by a documented, sharply depopulated landscape by the 1680s, has led the overwhelming majority of modern historians and epidemiologists to conclude that the intervening century saw the same kind of catastrophic virgin soil epidemic mortality that devastated native populations across the rest of the Americas following European contact, smallpox, measles, influenza, and a range of other Old World diseases against which Native American populations, having never previously been exposed to them, possessed no inherited immunity whatsoever, sweeping through the Mississippian world's own densely interconnected trade and communication networks with a speed and a lethality that likely killed somewhere between 70 and 90% of the entire pre-contact native population of North America across the century and a half following first sustained European contact, according to the range of estimates offered by modern historical demographers. A human catastrophe of a scale that dwarfs, by any reasonable comparison, even the worst outbreaks of bubonic plague that devastated medieval Europe, and one that unfolded, in the case of the Mississippian world specifically, largely out of sight of any European chronicler capable of recording it in real time, its victims dying in numbers simply too vast, and in places too far removed from any sustained European presence for anyone to count. An accounting no one was left to make. It is hard not to notice exactly how little of this catastrophic mortality survives in any specific documented individually human form, because unlike documented massacres carried out by named perpetrators against named victims, whose own individual fates at least occasionally survive in some fragmentary written record, the great Mississippian demographic collapse of the 1500s and 1600s killed its victims largely anonymously, in epidemics that swept ahead of direct European contact along trade routes and river valleys, striking towns that no European observer would visit for another generation or more, leaving behind, in most cases, no name, no count, no witness beyond the survivors themselves, who in the aftermath of losing the overwhelming majority of their own community's population were left with neither the numbers nor, quite possibly, the surviving elders and religious specialists needed to fully maintain, let alone to record for any outside audience, the specific historical memory of exactly what had been lost. Modern historians attempting to estimate the pre-contact population of the Mississippian world as a whole, in order to grasp the true scale of what these epidemics actually destroyed, have produced estimates ranging enormously, from more conservative figures in the several 100,000 to more expansive estimates exceeding 1 million people spread across the full extent of the Mississippian cultural sphere, a range so wide precisely because the destruction was so total and the surviving evidence so fragmentary that no historian working today can reconstruct the lost world with anything approaching real numerical confidence. Only the unmistakable archaeological and documentary evidence that whatever the true number actually was, it represents one of the single largest and single least remembered demographic catastrophes in all of recorded human history. The Natchez, and the last living fragment of the Mississippian world. It is against this backdrop of catastrophic, region-wide collapse that one final Mississippian society, a people called the Natchez, living along St. Catherine Creek near the Mississippi River in what is now the state of Mississippi that still carries a version of their own name, takes on a genuinely extraordinary historical significance, because the Natchez, alone among all the peoples this whole long story has described, survived as a functioning, mound-centered hereditary chiefdom, long enough to be directly observed, described and recorded in genuine ethnographic detail by literate French colonial officials and missionaries in the early 1700s, offering modern historians and archaeologists their single closest, most detailed surviving window into exactly how a classic Mississippian chiefdom's own political and religious life actually functioned, described not through the fragmentary and archaeologically reconstructed evidence this story has relied on for Cahokia and Moundville and Etowah alike, but through direct, if still culturally biased, French eyewitness observation. The Natchez, when French colonists first established sustained contact with them in the final years of the 1600s and the opening years of the 1700s, maintained a substantial ceremonial centre called the Grand Village, crowned by a temple mound housing a sacred eternal flame tended continuously by specially designated religious attendants and ruled by a hereditary paramount chief the French recorded, in a title later scholars have found genuinely striking in its direct echo of the sun worship iconography. This story has already traced across the wider Mississippian world from Cahokia's own Birdman burial onward, as the Great Sun, a ruler the Natchez themselves apparently believed to be a literal descendant of the sun itself, entitled by that same divine descent to an authority over his own people that French observers described as genuinely absolute, extending, according to multiple surviving French accounts, to the ritual killing of servants and attendants to accompany a deceased great son into the afterlife, the very same practice of retainer sacrifice that archaeologists had already found physical evidence of centuries earlier and hundreds of miles away in Cahokia's own Mound 72, a funeral witnessed firsthand, and the closest thing this story has to an eyewitness account of a Mississippian chief's own death. Before this story turns to the specific social structure Lepage de Praet's recorded among the Natchez, it is worth dwelling on the single most detailed surviving eyewitness account of exactly the kind of elite Mississippian funerary ritual this story has already reconstructed in far more fragmentary archaeological form from Cahokia's own Mound 72 many centuries earlier. Lepage du Praet's himself, along with several other French colonial observers, witnessed and recorded in the early 1700s the funeral of a Natchez great son's own close relative, a ceremony that unfolded across multiple days and that the French accounts describe in a level of specific sequential detail that no archaeological excavation, however careful, could ever fully recover on its own, the deceased's own body dressed in the finest available ceremonial regalia and displayed in state for a period of ritual mourning, accompanied by sustained formal wailing and self-mortification among close relatives, before a funeral procession carried the body to its own final moundtop interment, a procession that included, in the specific instance the French observers recorded, the ritual strangulation of several of the deceased's own attendants, and, in at least one documented case, an infant, willingly offered by its own parents in a gesture the French accounts describe the parents themselves treating as an act of genuine religious honour rather than a tragedy, so that the deceased would not travel into the next world without a suitable retinue of companions and servants. That French eyewitnesses recorded in the early 1700s a ceremony so directly and so strikingly consistent with the archaeological evidence Melvin Fowler's own team would recover from Cahokia's Mound 72 some 2.5 centuries later and nearly 1,000 miles further north, stands as one of the single most powerful pieces of evidence available anywhere connecting the Natchez directly, and specifically to the deeper Mississippian religious tradition this whole story has been describing, a living ceremony witnessed and recorded in real time by literate outside observers that confirms, in the most concrete way the historical record allows, exactly what Cahokia's own silent excavated bones had already been quietly suggesting all along, a rank that could not be inherited, only married into generation after generation. It is worth lingering a moment longer on Lepage du Praet's own description of the Natchez system, before this story follows it into the specific rank structure he recorded, because the underlying logic of a society that deliberately required its own most privileged members to marry downward, generation after generation, in order to prevent any single elite lineage from consolidating too much unchecked hereditary power, stands as one of the more genuinely sophisticated pieces of social engineering recorded anywhere in the ethnographic record of the pre-modern world, a system that a great many considerably later and considerably more self-consciously innovative human societies have struggled, with decidedly mixed success, to achieve through vastly more elaborate constitutional and legal machinery that the Natchez had apparently arrived at and had apparently maintained across many generations, a genuinely functional structural solution to exactly the problem of runaway hereditary elite consolidation that has destabilized a great many other stratified societies across world history, offers one further easily overlooked piece of evidence for the sheer institutional sophistication of the wider Mississippian political tradition. This specific Natchez practice very likely inherited, however imperfectly, from a considerably older and considerably more widespread underlying template, a society organized entirely around marrying downward. The French colonial official and planter Antoine Simon Lepage du Praet, who lived among the Natchez for several years in the early 1700s and left behind, in his own subsequent published history of French Louisiana, by far the most detailed surviving European description of Natchez society and religious life, recorded a social structure of genuinely remarkable and, by most cross-cultural comparative standards, quite unusual complexity. A rigid hereditary caste system dividing Natchez society into 4 distinct ranks: the great son and his own immediate royal family at the very top, a broader class of nobles immediately below them, a further class the French recorded in rough translation as honoured people, and finally, at the base of the entire social pyramid, a commoner class the French, in a translation that has struck a great many later readers as genuinely startling in its own bluntness, rendered as stinkards. What made this Natchez social system particularly remarkable, and particularly relevant to any historian trying to understand how Mississippian chiefdoms across the wider region may have similarly organised themselves in earlier centuries, was a strict marriage rule that required every member of the 3 higher castes, the great son's own family, the nobles, and the honoured people alike, to marry a commoner stinkard rather than a fellow member of their own elite rank, a system that, according to Lepage du Prat's own description, was specifically designed to prevent any single elite lineage from accumulating too much concentrated power through repeated intermarriage, while simultaneously guaranteeing that the children of every such marriage, following the specific and genuinely intricate rules of Natchez matrilineal descent, would themselves inherit a rank 1 full step below that of their own higher status parent, a self-correcting social mechanism that, whatever its own specific origins, offers modern historians a genuinely rare and genuinely valuable glimpse into exactly the kind of sophisticated, deliberately engineered social and political structure that must have underpinned the wider Mississippian chiefdom system for centuries before any European observer arrived to record it in writing. A first, smaller war that should have served as a warning to both sides. It is hard to ignore, too, that the 1729 uprising this story is about to describe in full was not, in fact, the Natchez's own first armed conflict with the French colonists who had settled among them, because tensions between the two peoples had already boiled over into open violence once before, in 1716, when a dispute over the killing of several French traders led the French colonial governor to launch a punitive military expedition against the Natchez that ended with the forced construction of Fort Rosalie itself, built in the settlement that closed that first, smaller war, specifically as a permanent French military presence intended to guarantee Natchez compliance going forward, an arrangement that any honest telling of this story has to recognise was never, from its very first foundation, a relationship of equals, but rather one shaped, from the outset, by the same fundamental imbalance of colonial coercion that would eventually produce the far larger and far more consequential final rebellion. This story is about to describe in full that the French colonial authorities who negotiated the terms of that first, smaller war chose to interpret their own victory as proof that the Natchez had been safely and permanently subdued, rather than as evidence of a genuinely serious and evidently recurring source of underlying grievance that 13 more years of mounting land pressure would only deepen rather than resolve, stands as its own small, specific example of exactly the kind of colonial overconfidence that this whole Long Night story has already shown you, in De Soto's own treatment of Coosa and Tuscaloosa alike, tends to precede a considerably larger reckoning than the overconfident party ever actually anticipates. A fort, a demand for sacred land, and the spark of a final rebellion. The same French colonial presence that had given modern historians their single, richest surviving written record of a living Mississippian society would, within scarcely more than a decade of Lepage du Prat's own residence among them, also become the direct and immediate cause of that same society's final and complete destruction. French colonial authorities had established a fortified trading post called Fort Rosalie near the Natchez's own Grand Village in 1716, initiating a relationship between the two peoples that, across the following 13 years, grew steadily more strained as an expanding French tobacco planting colony pressed for ever more Natchez agricultural land. A tension that finally reached its breaking point in the autumn of 1729, when the local French commandant, a man named Sieur de Chepard, demanded that the Natchez vacate an entire village, called White Apple, that held particular religious and ancestral significance for its own residents, in order to clear the land for Chepard's own personal tobacco plantation, an act of genuinely blunt colonial land seizure that appears, based on the surviving French accounts of the subsequent events, to have finally exhausted whatever patience the Natchez's own leadership had maintained across more than a decade of steadily mounting colonial pressure. A calendar of ceremonies stretching across an entire agricultural year. It is hard not to notice, too, that the green corn ceremony this story is about to describe represented only the single most prominent observance within what appears, from the fuller ethnographic record, to have been a considerably richer annual cycle of Mississippian and post-Mississippian religious ceremony, tied at every point to the same agricultural rhythm that Cahokia's own Woodhenge had once tracked with such careful astronomical precision. A springtime planting ceremony to formally open the agricultural year, smaller periodic ceremonies marking the ripening of other crops across the summer months, and a considerably more solemn set of winter observances tied to the shortest days of the year, and the sun's own eventual hoped-for return toward longer daylight, each one requiring its own specific combination of communal fasting, communal feasting, and specific ritual protocol maintained by a class of religious specialists whose own detailed training and detailed knowledge, like so much else this story has already described, left behind no written record of its own beyond the physical evidence of the ceremonies themselves and the considerably later ethnographic descriptions this story has already drawn on so heavily. A festival of new corn still celebrated today by nations who trace their own line back to this exact story. It is worth naming, before this story follows the Natchez to their own final destruction, a specific annual ceremony that later ethnographic accounts recorded among nearly every documented southeastern native nation, and that most researchers believe traces directly back to the core religious calendar of the wider Mississippian world this whole night story is described. A multi-day ceremony of ritual fasting, renewal and collective forgiveness, held each year at the first ripening of the new corn crop, an event English colonial observers came to call, in rough translation, the green corn ceremony. During this same annual observance, participating communities extinguished their own household fires entirely, only to relight them from a single, freshly kindled sacred flame, swept and cleaned their own houses and public spaces, forgave outstanding personal debts and unresolved interpersonal disputes, and, in a great many documented versions of the ceremony, permitted a formal amnesty for certain categories of past offences, a genuinely remarkable annual ritual of social and spiritual renewal built directly around the agricultural rhythm of the corn harvest that had, as this story described in its own opening background section, made the entire Mississippian civilization possible in the first place, that the Muskogee Creek Nation, the Chickasaw Nation, the Cherokee Nation, and a number of other native nations descended in whole or in part from Mississippian populations continue, in the present day, to hold their own version of this same green corn ceremony, adapted and evolved across the intervening centuries, but still recognisably rooted in the same underlying religious calendar. This story is already traced back to Cahokia's own carefully observed Woodhenge solar year, offers one of the clearest and most genuinely moving pieces of evidence available anywhere that this civilization's own religious life did not simply vanish alongside its mounds, but continues, in a living, actively practiced form, among its own direct descendants to this very day. Fort Rosalie burns, and a people's own destruction follows within 2 years. In carefully coordinated retaliation, Natchez warriors launched a surprise attack on Fort Rosalie on the 28th of November, 1729, killing somewhere in the range of 230 French colonists, by most surviving contemporary estimates, in a single devastating morning of violence, and taking a substantial number of French women, children and enslaved Africans captive, an event that French colonial Louisiana would remember, for generations afterward, simply as the Natchez Massacre. the French colonial response mobilised across the following year and a half in alliance with the Choctaw, long-time regional rivals of the Natchez who saw a clear strategic advantage in supporting the French campaign of retaliation, proved to be genuinely and comprehensively annihilating. A sustained military campaign across 1730 and 1731 that systematically destroyed the Natchez's own principal towns, killed a substantial portion of the Natchez population outright, and captured hundreds of survivors who were subsequently sold into slavery and transported in a final cruelty that closes this story's own long arc with a genuinely bitter symmetry across the Atlantic to the French Caribbean sugar colony of Saint-Domingue, the same island that would, later in that same century, become the site of the only fully successful slave revolt in the history of the Atlantic world. Those several hundred Natchez men, women and children loaded onto French ships bound for Saint-Domingue in the aftermath of the final campaign arrived, according to the surviving French colonial shipping and plantation records that briefly track them, into a system of chattel slavery already, by the 1730s, thoroughly organised around the brutal exploitation of enslaved African labour on the island's own sugar plantations, meaning that the last captured citizens of a civilization descended in an unbroken line from Cahokia's own birdman burial were sold, in the end, into bondage on a Caribbean island roughly 1,500 miles from the mound and temple town where they had been born, their own specific individual fates after arrival, almost entirely unrecorded in any surviving document, swallowed, in the most literal sense, into the same vast and appallingly underdocumented system of Atlantic plantation slavery that this channel hopes, on some future night, to tell its own long and difficult story about in the fuller detail it deserves. The small number of Natchez who managed to escape this final catastrophe scattered and sought refuge among neighbouring nations, chiefly the Chickasaw, Creek and Cherokee, whose own descendant communities preserve to this day small Natchez clans and Natchez cultural traditions folded into their own broader tribal identities. But the Natchez as an independent, mound-centred, sun-worshipping chiefdom, the very last living fragment of the classic Mississippian world this whole long night story has been telling you about, effectively ceased to exist as an independent political and religious entity by the close of 1731, bringing to a final, quiet, and largely unmourned, closer civilization whose own roots stretched back, in an unbroken cultural line, across nearly a full millennium to the small farming villages of the American bottom that had first learned to grow a new and more productive strain of corn. What might have been if the water had not receded when it did? There is a genuine and genuinely uncomfortable question of contingency this whole story raises, one worth confronting honestly here, the question of exactly how much of the Mississippian world's own eventual collapse was truly inevitable, and how much of it turned on choices and on accidents of timing that could plausibly have unfolded differently. Had the climatic shift toward the Little Ice Age arrived a century later, or with less severity, than the tree ring evidence suggests it actually did, Cahokia's own agricultural base might well have remained stable long enough for its own political institutions to adapt and endure rather than fracture under mounting internal strain. Had Hernando de Soto's own expedition, driven by the same restless hunger for gold that had already carried him through the conquest of the Inca Empire, simply never set out from Cuba at all? Or had it happened to make landfall 100 miles further along the coast, and encountered a different sequence of chiefdoms in a different order, the specific devastating epidemic exposure this story has already described might well have unfolded on a different timeline, sparing some communities the particular catastrophe of direct contact, even as the same diseases, almost certainly, would eventually have reached them by other routes regardless. And had the French commandant at Fort Rosalie in 1729 simply chosen not to demand the sacred ground of Whiteapple Village for his own tobacco plantation, the Natchez, the very last living fragment of the classic Mississippian chiefdom, this whole story has been tracing might conceivably have survived as an intact, independent people for another generation, or two, or more, long enough perhaps to be recorded in even greater ethnographic detail than Lepage de Pratz's own valuable, but still incomplete account managed to preserve. None of this is to suggest that the Mississippian world's own eventual transformation was somehow avoidable in its entirety, because the underlying pressures, climatic, epidemiological and geopolitical alike, were real, were severe, and were, in their broadest outline, almost certainly going to reshape this civilization, regardless of any single decision made by any single person along the way. But history is rarely, if ever, made only of forces too large for any individual to resist. It is made, also, always, of a great many smaller, more specific choices, each one made by a particular person facing a particular moment, whose own cumulative weight helped decide exactly when, and exactly how completely, the larger forces finally had their way. A name still spoken every single day, by people who have mostly forgotten where it came from. It is worth naming, before this story turns to the specific scientific methods underlying so much of tonight's account, exactly how much of the Mississippian world's own memory survives today hidden in plain sight, embedded directly into the ordinary vocabulary and the ordinary map of the modern United States without most of the people using that vocabulary ever pausing to consider its own origin. The word Mississippi itself, borrowed, as this story has already described, from an Ojibwe language term for the Great River and the states, counties, cities, and rivers across the wider American South and Midwest that carry names borrowed, directly or through French and Spanish intermediaries, from Muskogee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and other Mississippian-descended languages, Alabama, Tennessee, Chattahoochee, Tallahassee, Natchez itself, form a genuinely enormous, genuinely ever-present linguistic monument to this civilization, spoken aloud millions of times every single day by residents and visitors who, in the great majority of cases, have never been taught the specific history this whole long night story has just spent so many hours walking you through. That a civilization's own languages can persist this thoroughly in the landscape's own everyday vocabulary, even after the specific mounds, the specific chiefs, and the specific ceremonies those languages once described have faded from most people's immediate historical awareness, offers one final, quietly persistent form of survival to set alongside the green corn ceremony, the Osage Nation's own renewed partnership with Cahokia, and the descendant nation's own continued clan structures this story has already described. A reminder that erasure, even when it comes as close as it did in this particular story, is very rarely as total as it can appear from the outside looking in. What modern science can read in a single grain of ancient pollen? It is worth explaining, honestly, exactly how modern researchers have managed to reconstruct as much of this story as they actually have, given that its own people left behind no written record of their own to consult directly, because the specific scientific methods involved are themselves a genuinely remarkable achievement, decades in the making, and worth understanding on their own terms. Radiocarbon dating, measuring the steady, predictable decay of a radioactive isotope of carbon absorbed by every living organism during its own lifetime, allows archaeologists to establish reasonably precise dates for wood, charcoal and other organic material recovered from mound construction layers and burial contexts alike. The single most important tool underlying nearly every chronological claim this story has made tonight about when Cahokia rose, when it declined, and when the wider Mississippian world's own various centres reached their own respective peaks. Dendrochronology, the careful cross-matching of growth ring patterns preserved in ancient timber, and in the remarkable case of the Mississippi Valley's own long-lived bald cypress trees, in living wood stretching back well over 1,000 years, allows researchers to reconstruct year-by-year records of drought and rainfall with a precision that written weather records rarely match. Even for considerably more recent historical periods, the very evidence this story has already leaned on in describing the climatic pressures of Cahokia's own final century. Phytolith and pollen analysis. The microscopic study of plant silica structures and preserved pollen grains recovered from ancient soil layers allows researchers to reconstruct exactly what crops a given community was growing, and in roughly what proportions at any given point in its own history, while isotopic analysis of human bone recovered from burials, examining the specific chemical signatures left behind by different categories of food, allows researchers to reconstruct an individual's own approximate diet across the final years of their own life, evidence that has confirmed, among a great many other findings, the genuinely heavy reliance on maize. This story has already described across the Mississippian world generally, and in recent decades a technology called LiDAR, using aircraft-mounted lasers to map ground surface elevation with extraordinary precision even through dense forest canopy, has allowed archaeologists to identify previously unknown or poorly understood mounds and earthworks across large stretches of the American South and Midwest that centuries of agricultural ploughing and forest regrowth had rendered almost invisible to any observer working at ground level, a genuinely ongoing process of rediscovery that continues, even now, to reveal that the true scale of the Mississippian world was very likely larger, in ways still being actively mapped and catalogued, than even the most confident modern estimate yet fully appreciates. A single fragment of pottery, and the argument two archaeologists can still have over what it actually proves. One final honest admission, before this story turns to the specific 19th century mythology that so badly obscured this civilization's own true history. Exactly how much genuine, ongoing disagreement still exists among the working archaeologists who study the Mississippian world, because this story has, of necessity, had to present a single, reasonably confident narrative thread running from Poverty Point through Cahokia's own rise and fall to the final destruction of the Natchez, when the actual state of modern scholarship is considerably messier and considerably more genuinely contested than any single hour or two of narration could ever fully capture. Archaeologists continue to disagree, sometimes quite sharply, over exactly how centralized or how genuinely coercive Cahokia's own political authority actually was, with some researchers favouring a model of relatively strong centralized paramount rule and others arguing for a considerably more decentralized, more genuinely negotiated form of authority, resting on religious persuasion and economic interdependence rather than outright coercive power. They disagree too over the specific weighting to give each of the various contributing causes behind Cahokia's own decline, some emphasizing climate and environmental strain most heavily, others placing greater weight on internal political fracture, and still others arguing that no single factor deserves clear primacy at all. This story has tried, throughout tonight, to present the areas of genuine consensus with real confidence, while flagging the areas of live disagreement honestly as it went. But as this long night story finally draws toward its own close, remember that the version of the Mississippian world you have just spent so many hours listening to represents only the best current synthesis, available from a body of scholarship that remains, in a great many of its own most interesting particulars, genuinely and productively unsettled, a civilization that its own descendants never actually forgot. It would be a serious error, in telling this story, to leave the impression that the Mississippian world's own memory survived only in the hands of 19th century archaeologists and 20th century highway salvage crews, because the descendant nations of that same civilization, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Muskogee Creek, the Natchez clans folded into each of them, along with the Quapaw, the Caddo whose own ancestors maintained close trading and cultural ties to Spiro, and the Osage and other Degihan-speaking peoples whose own oral traditions this story has already drawn on in reconstructing Mississippian cosmology, never actually stopped knowing, in their own communities and their own oral traditions, that their own ancestors had built the great mounds scattered across the American landscape, even during the same 19th century decades when white American popular culture was busy inventing the vanished race mythology this story is about to describe in detail. The forced removal of the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, and the Muskogee Creek from their own ancestral southeastern homelands along the Trail of Tears in the 1830s, a catastrophe this channel has not yet told you the full story of on any other night, but hopes to on some future one, carried these same Mississippian-descended nations 1,000 miles west into what is now Oklahoma, physically separating them from the mounds their own ancestors had built, even as their own oral traditions, their own clan structures, and in a great many cases their own specific historical memory of exactly which mounds belong to exactly which ancestral community, travelled west along with them, preserved across generations specifically because the mounds themselves were no longer available to visit. In recent decades, a growing partnership between professional archaeologists and the descendant nations themselves, formalized in the United States by federal repatriation law, requiring museums and universities to return human remains and sacred objects to their own culturally affiliated tribes, and increasingly reflected in the direct involvement of tribal historians and tribal archaeologists in the ongoing study of sites like Cahokia, Moundville and Spiro, has begun the slow, genuinely overdue work of returning the study of the civilization to the direct stewardship of the very people whose own ancestors actually built it. A shift in how this story gets told that this channel has tried, in its own small way, to honour throughout tonight's account. A serpent painted on a bluff, still watching the same river it has watched for centuries. It is worth naming, before this story turns to the specific mythology later settlers invented to explain away the mounds, one further and genuinely striking piece of surviving Mississippian religious art that has nothing to do with earthen mounds at all. A large painted image, high on a limestone bluff overlooking the Mississippi River, near what is now Alton, Illinois, not far at all from Cahokia itself, depicting a composite creature with antlers, wings, scales, and a long serpentine tail, a figure local Illini-speaking peoples encountered by the French Jesuit missionary and explorer Jacques Marquette during his own famous river voyage in 1673 called the Piazza, and described to Marquette in terms of genuine fear and genuine ongoing ritual respect, details Marquette himself recorded in his own written account of the journey. Most archaeologists and art historians who have studied the surviving descriptions and the various later, repeatedly repainted versions of the image, since the original pigment itself has long since weathered away and been reconstructed more than once by well-meaning but not always historically careful local commemorators, believe the underlying image very likely originated within the same Mississippian religious tradition this story has already described, its horned, winged, serpentine form drawing on exactly the same underworld serpent and upperworld bird imagery that recurs across the southeastern ceremonial complex, painted, in all likelihood, sometime during Cahokia's own active centuries by artists working in direct sight of the very city this whole story has spent so long describing. A rare instance of Mississippian religious art surviving, however faded and however repeatedly reinterpreted by later observers, in a form still visible today to any modern traveller willing to look up at the right stretch of limestone bluff along the river's own western Illinois shore. A myth invented to explain away an inconvenient truth. It is worth naming, honestly, the genuinely strange and in its own way genuinely damaging turn that the historical memory of the Mississippian world took across the 1700s and 1800s, in the 2 full centuries following the final destruction of the Natchez, because the very mounds that this whole story has spent so long describing, standing scattered across the American landscape as the last visible, physical evidence of the civilization that built them, became, across these same later centuries, the subject of a genuinely persistent and genuinely consequential historical myth. As white American settlers pushed steadily westward across the 18th and 19th centuries, encountering the mounds of Cahokia, Moundville, Etowah, and hundreds of smaller sites scattered across the very land, those same settlers were actively working to seize from the mound's own Native American descendant populations, a great many of these settlers, along with a considerable number of the era's own amateur scholars and popular writers, simply refused to believe that the Native American nations they were actively displacing and destroying could possibly have built such genuinely impressive works of engineering, and instead constructed an entire alternative mythology, sometimes called the Mound Builder myth, attributing the mound's own construction to a supposed vanished race entirely unrelated to Native Americans, variously imagined, depending on which particular popular theory a given writer favoured, as a lost tribe of ancient Israelites, a wave of Viking explorers, refugees from the mythical lost continent of Atlantis, or a sophisticated Toltec civilization from Mexico that had supposedly since been driven out or exterminated by the considerably less civilized Native American nations later encountered by European settlers. Popular writers of the period, including a New York author named Josiah Priest, whose own 1833 book on the supposed antiquities of the American continent sold tens of thousands of copies and went through repeated printings, gave this same mythology a genuinely wide popular readership, dressing up what was, at bottom, a comforting racial fiction in the borrowed language of careful scholarly inquiry, complete with detailed, entirely speculative maps purporting to trace the wanderings of the supposed lost race across the continent, and even a small number of outright archaeological forgeries, inscribed stones and tablets bearing invented alphabets meant to resemble ancient Hebrew or Old World scripts, manufactured and then conveniently discovered by hopeful believers eager to find the physical proof that a genuinely careful excavation could never actually provide. It is worth naming plainly too exactly how directly this same convenient mythology served the political needs of an American government actively engaged, across these same decades, in exactly the policy of forced removal that would carry the Chickasaw, Choctaw and Muskogee Creek west, along the Trail of Tears, because a Native American population popularly understood to be the mere latecomer inheritors of a superior, vanished civilization rather than its own direct and legitimate descendants, was, by design or by convenient coincidence, a population considerably easier for an expanding settler nation to displace without confronting the fuller weight of what that displacement actually meant. A single, stubborn survey, quietly disproving a myth that a whole nation preferred to believe. Before this story describes exactly how Cyrus Thomas's own survey finally overturned the mound builder mythology, it is worth naming honestly just how entrenched and just how broadly accepted across respectable American scientific and political circles alike that mythology had actually become by the middle decades of the 1800s, repeated not only by popular writers like Josiah Priest, but referenced at various points by sitting members of Congress and by a number of the era's own most prominent public intellectuals, in a manner that gave the underlying racial fiction a genuine veneer of mainstream scientific respectability it never actually deserved. That it took a dedicated multi-year, federally funded archaeological survey conducted by a researcher initially trained in an entirely unrelated field to finally assemble evidence thorough and rigorous enough to overturn a comforting national myth that a great many considerably more casual observers had been perfectly content to accept on faith for the better part of a century, offers its own quiet lesson about exactly how much sustained, patient, unglamorous work honest scholarship sometimes requires before it can finally displace a more convenient and more widely repeated story. Cyrus Thomas, and the survey that finally told the truth. This same mound builder myth, however scientifically baseless it always was, carried a genuinely dangerous political convenience for the young American nation actively engaged, across these same decades, in a sustained campaign of forced removal and violent displacement against Native American nations throughout the very regions where the mounds themselves stood, because of mythology holding that Native Americans were simply incapable of having built such impressive monuments, conveniently reinforced exactly the kind of racial hierarchy that made forced removal easier to justify to a broader American public, treating the mound's own actual builders quietly and conveniently as a separate and already vanished people whose own disappearance carried no troubling moral weight for the settlers now displacing their living descendants. It was not until the 1880s and 1890s when the Smithsonian Institution's own Bureau of Ethnology commissioned a systematic multi-year archaeological survey of mounds across the entire eastern United States under the direction of an entomologist turned archaeologist named Cyrus Thomas, that the mound builder myth finally received a definitive evidence-based refutation. Thomas's own massive 1894 report, drawing on the careful excavation and comparison of literally thousands of individual mound sites, demonstrating conclusively, through careful comparison of artifact styles, burial practices, and direct continuity with documented historical Native American cultures, that the mounds had in every case been built by the direct ancestors of the very Native American nations still living, however diminished by centuries of disease and displacement, across the same regions, a scientific vindication that arrived, it is worth naming honestly, roughly 2 centuries too late to spare the Natchez, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, and the dozens of other Mississippian-descended nations whose own ancestral mounds had already, by the time Thomas completed his own survey, been ploughed under, looted, or simply built over by the westward expansion of American settlement, in numbers that will likely never be fully counted. A single archaeologist, and the decades he spent convincing his own colleagues that Cahokia mattered. It bears remembering too that even within professional American archaeology itself, Cahokia's own true scale and true significance took a genuinely long time to receive the sustained scholarly attention its own evidence clearly warranted, a slow institutional recognition that owes an enormous debt to a small handful of dedicated researchers who spent entire careers, often against a prevailing professional current more interested in the archaeology of Mesoamerica or the ancient Near East, insisting that the largest earthwork north of Mexico deserved the same rigorous, sustained excavation and the same serious comparative attention as any of the more traditionally celebrated ancient civilizations of the wider world. Melvin Fowler's own decades of patient excavation, culminating in the Mound 72 discoveries this story has already described in such detail, did more than perhaps any other single body of individual research to finally force a broader recognition, both within academic archaeology and eventually within the wider American public imagination, that Cahokia represented not a curiosity at the margins of world history, but a genuine major civilization fully deserving of study on its own considerable terms, a recognition that arrived by any honest reckoning a full century later than the physical evidence itself had already been patiently waiting, right there in the Illinois soil, for someone to take seriously. A highway project rediscovers a lost metropolis. Cahokia itself, the greatest of all the Mississippian cities this whole night story has described, would not have its own true historical scale properly appreciated by the wider modern world until well into the 20th century, when a combination of dedicated academic archaeology and, somewhat improbably, the construction needs of the American interstate highway system finally forced a systematic reckoning with exactly how large and exactly how sophisticated the site actually was. Archaeologists, including Melvin Fowler, whose own excavation of Mound 72 this story has already described in some detail, and later scholars including Timothy Porketat, whose own research helped establish the now widely accepted picture of Cahokia's sudden, compressed 11th century emergence, conducted decades of careful, patient excavation across the middle and later decades of the 20th century, but it was specifically the construction of Interstate Highway 70 in the 1960s, cutting directly through a portion of the ancient site that triggered a genuinely massive program of salvage archaeology, excavating and documenting large stretches of Cahokia's own residential neighborhoods and satellite communities before highway construction crews permanently destroyed them. work that dramatically expanded modern understanding of just how far Cahokia's own urban footprint had actually extended beyond the central Mound and Plaza precinct that had long been the primary focus of earlier archaeological attention. This accumulated body of 20th century research culminated in 1982 in Cahokia Mounds being formally designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, placing it, at least in the eyes of that particular international body, in the same rarefied category of globally significant human achievement as the Pyramids of Egypt and the Great Wall of China, a genuinely belated but genuinely meaningful piece of formal recognition for a civilization that had, for the better part of 2 centuries following the final destruction of the Natchez, been almost entirely written out of the wider American historical imagination. What the Earth itself is still willing to tell us, and what it can never tell us at all. It bears admitting honestly, in bringing tonight's long story toward its own close, exactly how much of what modern historians and archaeologists believe about the Mississippian world remains inference rather than certainty, reconstructed patiently from soil layers, radiocarbon dates, tree rings, pollen samples, and the careful comparative study of burial goods and pottery styles, rather than from any surviving written record left behind by the Mississippian world's own people in their own voice. Every population estimate this story has offered you tonight, for Cahokia at its own peak, for the wider Mississippian world at its own broadest extent, for the catastrophic mortality of the epidemics that swept through in the century following European contact, carries with it a real and honestly acknowledged margin of scholarly uncertainty, numbers debated and revised, sometimes quite substantially, as new excavations, new dating techniques, and new generations of researchers bring fresh evidence and fresh interpretive frameworks to a historical record that will, in all likelihood, never be complete enough to settle every open question with real finality. What the physical evidence can tell us, with a confidence considerably firmer than any specific number, is the broad, undeniable shape of the story itself, a sophisticated, agriculturally grounded civilization rising with startling speed out of a single fertile river valley, spreading its own religious and economic influence across half a continent through trade and shared belief, rather than through conquest in any conventional military sense, building monuments of earth and timber that still stand in diminished but unmistakable form nearly 1,000 years later, and finally succumbing, not to any single dramatic catastrophe, but to the accumulated weight of climate stress, environmental strain, internal conflict, and finally, in its last and most devastating chapter, to diseases carried across the ocean by people who in most cases never even knew what they had destroyed. A World Heritage Site squeezed today between a highway and a housing development. There is a genuinely precarious present-day condition to the very site this story has spent so long describing, worth admitting honestly here, because Cahokia Mounds today exists as a comparatively small, roughly 2,200-acre protected state historic site surrounded, on nearly every side, by the ordinary sprawl of a modern American metropolitan region, strip malls, subdivisions, and the same Interstate 70 that once cut directly through the ancient city's own outer neighbourhoods during the salvage excavations this story has already described, a juxtaposition that a visitor climbing Monks Mound today experiences directly and, for many visitors, quite viscerally, looking out from the summit of the largest earthen structure in pre-Columbian North America, across a landscape of gas stations and parking lots that occupy ground where thousands of Cahokia's own residents once lived. Large portions of the original 6-square-mile city, including entire mound groups and residential neighbourhoods that 20th century salvage archaeology, managed only to partially document before construction crews destroyed them, now lie permanently buried beneath modern roads, houses, and commercial development, a genuinely ongoing loss that continues, in smaller ways, even into the present day, as the protected core of the historic site itself has faced repeated funding shortfalls, and, at various points over the past several decades, genuine proposals for nearby commercial and residential development that preservation advocates, archaeologists, and the site's own affiliated native nations have had to actively organise against. That the largest and most historically significant pre-Columbian city north of Mexico survives today as an island of protected earth surrounded by the ordinary pressures of modern suburban development is, in its own quiet way, a genuinely fitting final image for a story that has, from its very first paragraph tonight, been about the slow, patient, and never quite total process by which even the greatest human achievements are gradually reclaimed, worn down, and built over by whatever comes next. What still stands, for anyone willing to walk out and see it, a confederacy born from a paramount chiefdom's own long afterlife. It is worth following Coosa's own story a little further past its own difficult encounter with De Soto's expedition, because what eventually became of this once great paramount chiefdom offers a genuinely useful window into exactly how the wider Mississippian world's own political structures continued transforming across the century and a half, separating De Soto's own visit from the era of sustained English and French colonization that eventually followed it. Coosa itself, weakened by the same disease and social disruption that this story has already described afflicting the wider Mississippian world across the 16th and 17th centuries, gradually declined as a unified paramount chiefdom across the decades following De Soto's own departure, its own formerly subject towns increasingly operating with a degree of independent local authority that would, by the time sustained English trading contact began reaching the same region in the later 1600s, coalesce into a new and considerably more loosely organised political structure European colonists came to know as the Muskogee Creek Confederacy, a coalition of town-based communities, many of them descended directly from Coosa's own former subject towns, that retained, beneath its own considerably more decentralised 17th and 18th century political structure, a great many of the specific ceremonial practices, the town square ceremonial grounds, the annual first fruits green corn ceremony, and the underlying clan and kinship structures that trace back in an unbroken if steadily evolving line to the Mississippian chiefdom world. This whole story is spent so long describing, a genuinely direct thread of cultural continuity running from Cahokia's own Grand Plaza through Coosa's own elaborate diplomatic ceremony for De Soto, all the way to the Muskogee Creek nation that exists, and that continues to actively practice many of these same inherited ceremonial traditions in the present day. Today, a visitor willing to drive out to the small town of Collinsville, Illinois, just across the Mississippi River from downtown St. Louis, can still climb the wooden staircase that switches back and forth up the face of Monks Mound, still the largest earthen structure built by human hands anywhere north of central Mexico, and can stand at its own summit, roughly where a Mississippian ruler once stood, looking out across a city of tens of thousands of his or her own subjects, and can look out today across a considerably quieter landscape of reconstructed mounds, interpretive trails, and, in the middle distance, the unmistakable skyline of a modern American city that has itself, across the 2 centuries of its own existence, grown to a scale that Cahokia's own builders, working 900 years earlier with nothing but woven baskets and their own patient labour, might have found entirely familiar in its own ambition, even if nothing else about it. Smaller but genuinely significant pieces of the wider Mississippian world remain similarly visible and similarly visitable today. The mounds of Moundville, preserved within a dedicated archaeological park in Alabama, Etowah's own tallest mound still rising above the Georgia River Valley that gave the site its own name, and the descendant nations of the Mississippian world itself, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Muscogee Creek, and the scattered surviving Natchez clans folded into each of them, continuing in the present day to maintain their own living connection to a cultural and religious heritage that stretches back in an unbroken, if badly interrupted, line across nearly a full millennium of North American history. An ancestral homeland reclaimed in the present day by the nation that never actually stopped calling it one. It is worth closing this part of tonight's story on one specific and genuinely recent piece of good news, because in 2018, after years of careful collaborative research combining archaeological evidence, historical linguistics, and the Osage Nation's own carefully preserved oral tradition, the Osage Nation of Oklahoma, whose own ancestors are now widely believed by both tribal historians and academic archaeologists to descend directly from the population that once built and inhabited Cahokia itself, before migrating west in the centuries following the city's own decline, formally announced a renewed and considerably deepened partnership with the Cahokia Mounds historic site and the state of Illinois, formally affirming, in a manner that generations of the 19th century mound builder mythology this story has already described had worked so hard to obscure, the Osage Nation's own direct ancestral connection to the mounds, and taking an active, ongoing role in how the site is now researched, interpreted, and presented to the visiting public. It is a genuinely fitting turn in this whole long story that a nation whose own ancestors very possibly walked away from Cahokia's own emptying streets sometime in the 13 or 1400s should, nearly 7 centuries later, walk back into an official partnership over the same sacred ground, not as a rediscovered curiosity for outside scholars to explain to them, but as the direct, continuously self-aware inheritors of a history that their own oral tradition, it turns out, had never actually let go of at all. Winterville, Lake George, and the quieter mounds of the Mississippi Delta. Farther south along the Mississippi River itself, in what is now the Delta region of northwestern Mississippi, 2 further major ceremonial centres, sites called Winterville and Lake George, add yet another layer to the wider Mississippian world's own genuinely dense concentration of mound-building communities along the river's own lower reaches, each site organised around a central plaza ringed by more than a dozen substantial platform mounds, and occupied, in overlapping and successive phases, across roughly the same broad centuries that saw Moundville and Etowah rise to their own respective heights farther east. Like Emerald Mound, which this story has already described nearby in the same general region, Winterville in particular appears, based on the relatively modest evidence of permanent residential occupation recovered from around its own mounds, to have functioned primarily as a ceremonial gathering place for a more dispersed surrounding farming population, rather than as a genuinely dense city in Cahokia's own sense. A pattern that, taken together with Emerald Mound's own similar profile, suggests that this particular stretch of the lower Mississippi Valley developed its own distinct regional variation on the broader Mississippian template, one built around periodic large-scale ceremonial gathering, rather than permanent, year-round urban density. A genuine reminder that the wider Mississippian world, for all the shared iconography and shared agricultural foundation this story has traced across it, was never a single, uniform culture stamped out identically at every location, but a genuinely diverse family of related regional traditions, each one adapting the shared underlying template to its own local landscape, its own local political circumstances, and its own local understanding of exactly how a community's relationship with its own mounds ought to work. Let us walk back briefly through the whole long shape of this story before we let it go for the night. It began with an older, deeper inheritance out of Poverty Point and the Hopewell world, and then with a single new strain of corn arriving in a fertile river valley sometime in the centuries just before and after the year 1000, and a farming population that, freed by that same agricultural abundance from the constant work of hunting and gathering, built, in a startlingly compressed span of years, a planned city of mounds and plazas that would, at its own peak, briefly outnumber London itself, its own crowded neighbourhoods of bent pole houses filled with smoke and song and the constant clack of a rolling chunky stone. It carried us through the astonishing engineering of Monks Mound, the careful solar astronomy of Woodhenge, and the genuinely unsettling evidence of ritual human sacrifice recovered from Mound 72, before spreading outward through trade routes stretching across half a continent, along which Cahokia's own religious package appears to have travelled as much through conviction as through commerce, all the way to a fortified outpost on a distant Wisconsin river, and to sister cities at Moundville, Etowah and Spiro, and to hundreds of smaller towns bound together by a shared religious language of falcons and serpents and weeping eyes, and by the shared purifying ritual of the black drink. It followed Cahokia itself into a long, slow decline driven by a changing climate, written into tree rings and confirmed, independently, in the quiet chemical record of a nearby lake bed, an exhausted floodplain, and a rising tide of internal conflict written plainly into the timbers of a repeatedly rebuilt defensive wall and into the scarred bones of the dead, even as the wider Mississippian world continued to flourish for 2 full centuries beyond Cahokia's own quiet abandonment, at Etowah rebuilt from its own ashes, and at Coosa in the full flower of its own diplomatic pageantry. And it followed that wider world at last into direct contact with Hernando de Soto's own brutal, gold-hungry expedition, and the quieter, earlier ghosts of Ponce de Leon and Elon and Narvaez who had gone before him, through the burning of Mabila, the captivity and quiet escape of the Lady of Cofita-Chequi, and the elaborate doomed hospitality of Coosa, past a second, forgotten Spanish expedition whose own 6 forts were burned in turn, into a catastrophic, largely unwitnessed collapse driven by old-world disease, and finally to the last living fragment of that entire world, and Natchez great sun and his own sacred eternal flame, his own funeral rites witnessed first-hand by French observers who could not have known they were watching a 900-year-old ceremony, extinguished, in the end, not by drought or by plague, but by a French planter's demand for a single sacred village's own ancestral land, a civilization that asks of anyone still listening tonight only to be remembered honestly. There is in the end no single tidy lesson this story can hand you, the way some stories manage to offer a clean moral or a clear villain to rest your own thoughts against as you drift towards sleep. The Mississippian world was neither a lost utopia nor a cautionary tale of savagery, but simply and completely a human civilization, capable of the same patient genius that raised Monks Mound 1 basket of earth at a time, and capable in the very same breath of the same violence and the same hierarchy and the same fragile dependence on a cooperating climate that has undone a great many of history's other great civilizations. What makes its story worth telling and worth remembering is not that it offers an easy answer, but that it existed at all, fully formed and fully sophisticated, in a corner of world history that a great many people, through no real fault of their own, were simply never taught to imagine as anything other than empty wilderness, waiting for someone else to arrive and give it a history, when in truth it had been writing its own history. Patiently, mound by mound, for the better part of 1,000 years before anyone else ever came looking. That brings us to the end of our story for tonight. Thank you, as always, for spending these quiet, unhurried hours with me, whether this is the very first night you have ever found your way into this room, or whether you have been settling in with us for a good while now. If you found something in tonight's long walk through a lost American world worth carrying with you, please do consider liking this video and subscribing. And if you feel moved to help this small channel along on its own slow way toward 10,000 subscribers, that help would mean a genuine deal to me. Remember too that new stories like this one go up early over on Spotify for creators before they arrive anywhere else. So if you're watching on YouTube tonight, the link is waiting for you down in the description, and if you found your way here from Spotify instead, you will find a good deal more of this same slow, careful history waiting for you by searching Historian at Midnight on YouTube. And if you feel like it, leave your own city and your own local time down in the comments below so that somewhere out there, tomorrow or the next night, another restless listener can scroll past and know they were not the only one awake. So close your eyes now, if they are not closed already. Picture, one last time, the river this story asked you to hold in mind at the very beginning, rising each spring across its own patient floodplain, carrying a whole civilization's worth of copper and shell and songs and grievances from one end of a continent to the other, and then slowly, gently, without any single dramatic moment you could point to and call the end, drawing back again within its own banks, leaving the land it touched immeasurably richer for having been there at all. Let the mounds of Cahokia settle back down into the quiet Illinois earth they rose from. Let the Grand Plaza empty out one last time. Let the last chunky stone come to rest in the grass, and let the great sun's own eternal flame dim slowly to embers and finally to nothing at all, the way every fire, however sacred, eventually must, only to be relit each year at the first ripening of new corn by the descendants who never actually let it go out for good. Whatever civilization you happen to be living inside tonight, whatever seems urgent or unshakable about the world around you right now, remember that a city once stood, larger than London, on the banks of a river not so very far from wherever you are lying right now, and that it too, in the end, simply and quietly returned to the earth, and that the earth, patient as ever, kept its own quiet record of everything the water had carried, waiting for someone eventually to come back and ask, good night and sweet dreams.